Warning: Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
In this crooked game of power politics here in America, the Negro, namely the race problem, integration, civil rights issue, are all nothing but tools used by the whites who call themselves liberals against another group of whites who call themselves conservatives, either to get into power or to retain power. Among whites here in America, the political teams are no longer divided into Democrats and Republicans. The whites who are now struggling for control of the American political throne are divided into liberal and conservative camps. The white liberals from both parties cross party lines to work together toward the same goal, and white conservatives from both parties do likewise. The white liberal differs from the white conservative only in one way. The liberal is more deceitful, more hypocritical than the conservative. Both want power, but the white liberal is the one who has perfected the art of posing as the Negro's friend and benefactor. And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and hype button if you're watching this on the replay so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And click the other link in the description. Join the Telegram group to help circumvent some of the shadow banning that PubeTube has been doing as of recently. With that being said, family, welcome back to another Sunday service. It is good to see you all. It is a blessing to be back in the church with you all. The doors of the church are now open. Family, let me go ahead and give my B1 scroll on up. Let me scroll on up here because we're going to get started and get moving pretty quickly here. We have a B1 salute and shalom to our good brother Mississippi Macho in the building. Shout out to the SIP. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here. Our good sister Aquarius Minded in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here as always, and thank you for being the mod, as well as our sister Andrea Jones in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here as well, my warrior sister. And big B1 salute to our sister Brenda Thomas in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here as well, my sister, as well as our hurricane sister Miss Nisi in the building. Shout out and shalom to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. Our good brother Jesse Paris is in the building. Shout out to you. And Denver out in the building. Much love to you. And Frontline News, make sure y'all go and check them out. Much love, much love. Shout out to our good brother Antithesis in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Thank you for being here. B1 salute to our good brother Ach in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as our sister Beauty with Brains in the building. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here as well, my sister Queen. Much love, much love. Our sister Southern Breeze in the building. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here, my sister Queen. And a B1 salute once again to our good brother Antithesis for gifting 5 Church of Black Power memberships. A B1 salute to you, my warrior brother. Much love, and thank you for your donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my good brother. A B1 salute and shalom to our sister Priscilla Taylor in the building. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here, as well as our good. Hold up. Okay, I thought it just jumped on me. Shout out to Family Christian Wright in the building. Much love to you. What up, though? Much love to you, family. Thank you for being here, and shout out to Detroit all damn day. It's so cold in the D. Much love to you. Also give a B1 salute and shalom to our good brother Torian Reigns Reloaded in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here, and thank you for that recap. You don't know how much I enjoyed it, especially when Miss Nisi went up there to do her to give her word. You dig what I'm saying? Shout out to you, my warrior brother. If y'all haven't gone and peeped that out, gone and peep out the weekly recap from yesterday as well. B1 salute and shalom to a law solution in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as King Youngland in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Tawanda Wilson in the building. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here, as well as Paradise Mac. B1 salute and shalom to you. Thank you for being here, family. Rael is in the building. Shout out and shalom to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Kim Brown in the building. Much love to you, my sister, and thank you for being here. And for all those, our good brother Only Us is in the building as well. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here as well. And for all those who are not in the chat, please make sure, excuse me, it's been a long day, family. For all those who's not in the chat, B1 and shalom to you. And for all those who's going to catch this on the replay, B1 and salute to you. Now, let's jump on into it, family, because we got to go in hot. Tatum Tots has doubled back, apparently, that first interview that he did with the young dude, or the man who was out with Nolan Wells, who had to come out and tell his side of the story. Yeah, apparently that backfired on him. Apparently, when his father came out and offered an additional $50,000 for any information that leads to an arrest and a conviction, yeah, that didn't smooth over too well. So now, instead of trying to act like the concerned friends of the group, they came out saying, you know what? We're going to tell our own story. And we're going to do it in a way where we're going to not just make ourselves look worse. We're going to point the finger at the parents and blame them for everybody looking at us as suspects in the matter. And apparently, the three boys, got with, if they didn't say who he was, I wouldn't have known who the hell this dude was. But apparently he is one of Trump's attorneys, which makes it even worse, coming out talking about defamation. Now we're going to go through this because it's asinine and retarded. Yeah, I said retard. That's what it sounds like. The whole interview sounds like I'm sitting there listening to a bunch of dirts. Bye-bye monetization for that one. I guarantee you. But still, that's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like a bunch of people sitting around going third, looking at each other, third, no, third, trying to make sure neither one of them slipped up. That's what it sounded like to me. But we're going to go over it because I love to hear what it sounded like to you. Oh, say less. Happy birthday to our good sister Andrea Jones in the building. Much love to you, and I hope you have many more. And happy birthday to anybody who had a birthday here in August. My older brother's birthday was the 4th. So shout out to all the Leos and the upcoming Virgos. Damn, my brother's birthday is the 4th. My son's birthday is on Michael Jackson's birthday, the 29th. Yeah, this is a busy month for us, this over here on this side. But happy birthday to each and every one of you, family. And let me give a B1 salute and shalom to our good brother, Black Truth United, as always, for being here and all around, because our brother be doing a lot. Shout out to our good brother for everything you got going on there. Let's go here, family. Let's get into it. Wait, before we do that, let me go ahead and do this all over again just to be safe.
Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
All right, had to hit that up because, they tried to strike me a couple of days ago. You know what I mean? I'm like, God dang it. I play the clip every broadcast, but yet you still want to mess with me. But it's all right. We keep it going. Let's continue. Let's get into it, shall we?
If you can go back to the very beginning of this, how do you think this should have played out? Because I always question in my mind that when I go back, I look at what happened, I look at the initial stories with Nolan, and you guys knew him, right? I didn't know him. I know none of you guys. I just had a chance to meet you guys more recently. But how do you think this should have gone? If you could control the environment, Nolan is found deceased. How do you guys think that this should have been put out to the world?
Well, let me be very clear. Let me answer that question before they have a chance to answer that question. How this situation typically goes, if someone come up missing and they come up missing while being around a group of people, they left with these people came back, but that certain person who's missing does not come back. What usually happens is there's an investigation into the people who came back to see what happened to the person who didn't come back. That never happened. Another thing that typically happens when they're being investigated, the police will tend to take their phones and take any form of communication that they've been doing with each other within the days of the disappearance, just so that they can get a glimpse into what you guys were talking about, where you guys was talking about going, if talking about going anywhere, what you guys were talking about doing, if you guys were talking about doing anything. And they will also investigate your particular phones to see if there was any planning to do anything to a person who disappeared. For example, if I'm texting Brandon and saying, hey, Brandon, I can't wait to get this guy out on the water because, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to beat the brakes off of him and ain't nobody going to be able to help him. They're going to look for things like that. But since the very first situation did not take place that was supposed to, which is the investigation, nothing happened in the way it's supposed to. So by asking these folks, what do you think should have happened? the very first thing that they're not going to tell you is that, well, we all should be investigated if they think that we're, suspects. I mean, I understand why they would assume us to be suspects because we came back and our good friend didn't. Yeah, but that's not what these people sound like when they're answering these questions. No, they sound like they're guilty as hell. And the way that they all continue to look at each other when each other is speaking is like they're telepathically trying to tell each other, hey, stick to the story. Remember the story. Stick to the story. Now let's get into it.
Well, first off, like I wish we would have never, like I think about this every day. Like I wish we would have never went out on the 4th of July because I know this wouldn't have happened. Nolan wouldn't be gone. And like it's really hard to think about because it's like I wish I would have done this different, or I wish I would have done that different because now one of my brothers wouldn't have like passed away. But I think,
well, let me say this. If Nolan would have never went out there with you guys, this would have never happened. You guys could have went out for the 4th of July, and I can almost guarantee that what happened to Nolan wouldn't have happened to either one of you. I can almost guarantee that. And I can almost guarantee that 2 of you coming back without the third would have prompted some sort of investigation. But because Nolan don't have the complexion for the protection.
When you have the complexion for the protection, for the collection, that white skin will protect you.
That's not what happened. Let's continue.
From the beginning, I'm glad that I called the Coast Guard. I'm glad that we came together as a group, even from the first day when people started texting us things, saying, crazy things. But I wish it wouldn't have been reported as some type of race thing. I think it's really
Nope. It was not reported as some type of race thing. Family, y'all remember when I first spoke about this on my broadcast? And shout out to our good sister Black Spider in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for being here. When I first spoke about this, I played the clip of Nolan's parents speaking about whether or not they believed it was racial. And they quite literally was going out of their way to make people understand that they don't want it to be racial. They went out of their way to say Nolan was raised colorblind. So it was not reported as some racist situation. Every stream of event that's happened since then has shown it to be a racist situation. From you guys taking his phone and his keys, to you contacting his parents, asking his mother if she heard from him, knowing that you have his phone, to the parents going looking for him and having to track his phone and track his phone right back over to your property. From the mother who's a judge putting out statements when she wasn't even there, but yet she definitively is saying what happened in that statement. To the coroner situation where the throat and the intestines is missing, with the discoloration to the back of the head, neck, to the fact that all of you shut down your goddamn social media networks and you sit here and the only person you want to speak to is Brandon Buck Dancing Tatum. The fact that y'all are curating the narrative while the sequence of events isn't really showing what you're curating. And lastly, shout out to our sister Aquarius. It's Mississippi, for God's sakes. Have we forgot thy history? One of the last states to abolish slavery? Are we seriously going to have this conversation about how it became racial? Shout out to Enigma and Intrigue in the building. Much love to you both, and thank you both for being here, as well as Rubies. And shout out to our sister Hurricane Nisi. The truth will be told, not sold. Absolutely. Let's continue.
Bad that like people are pushing the narrative, oh, this is a race thing. Well, obviously it's not. I mean, this is like a brother to us.
What do you mean, obviously? What is obvious about it? From a person that actually comes from Black America, the obvious thing is that something happened that you all are trying to cover up. Whether you have something to do with what happened to him being unalived, or whether you are just covering it up because you're responsible. Either way, there's a cover-up going on here. And everybody's getting on code to cover it up.
I mean, Nolan's no different than anyone else in our group. And I just wish this was
wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Get your man.
All right.
Nolan is the only melanated person out of your group. That's the only difference that I need to say. I could say multiple other differences between you and Nolan, but I don't need to. The only thing I need to say is he's the only melanated person within your group. So you can't be all the same. And we've said this several times before here and other places within the new Black media. When a person says that he doesn't see color, that's them outwittingly telling you that they're a racist. If a person does not see color, understand that they don't see your experience as being worthy enough to talk about. So as soon as you start talking about your experience, oh, why we got to talk about this? See, I don't see color. I don't treat people any kind of way because I don't see color, but yet you treat people any kind of way because you don't see color. The color you refuse to see. It's not that you don't see it. Is that you don't like to talk about it. And so because you don't like to talk about it, you make the claim that you don't see it. No, you see it enough to not want to talk about it. He was no different from you. But here's another difference. He didn't come back like you. And if all three of you came up missing and he was the only one to come back, I guarantee you he would be under the jail. Now tell me I'm lying, family. If Nolan Wells came back and these other three did not come back, tell me if I am lying. Nolan would have been put all the way under the jail until proven innocent. If Nolan got away from these folks and say, you know what? I don't like how you guys are acting right now. I'm going to just catch a cab. I'm going to go home. And he gets in the cab The cab gets him home. He gets in his bed. He goes to sleep. And then all of a sudden, the mother's calling him or knocking at their door. Nolan, have you seen my son? Have you seen? Nobody's come back. You're the only one that's came back. Do you think the parents are just going to be okay with him saying, oh, no, I left them. They were just on the island when I left. They were still there. Let's up the ante. Let's up the ante a bit, shall we? What if the mother had to trace his phone to your house? If their mother had to trace the phone to Nolan Wells's house, and Nolan Wells has the phone, and he don't have a good reason why he has the phone at all, he's like, well, he just gave me his phone and his keys, and he knew I was going home, so he wanted me to take his phone and his keys. You don't think the police would be knocking on that door, arresting Nolan Wells? When this guy says he was no different from any of us, he's omitting the history of America and the experience of a foundational Black American. And Brandon, the buck dancing, tap dancing buffoon, he's giving them a platform to do so. Exactly. And it would be all about race. It'd be on every news station. You'll have every right-wing conservative correspondent / influencer speaking on it, calling him a criminal. This situation would look like how Carmelo Anthony's situation looked if it happened the opposite way around. Hell, if one of these three disappeared and two of them came back with Nolan, the police would be leaning on the two Nabiscos to try to make it seem like Nolan did something wrong to the one that didn't come back. And let's not act like that wouldn't be the case. That would be the first thing that the police would try to do. Pull the Nabiscos in. Hey guys, look. It's either you guys or him. Who wants to really tell me what really happened? Save yourself. You're bright kids. Got a bright future ahead of you. And the mother who's a judge and the father who's a doctor most likely would have leaned on their children and say, yeah, think about your future. I know y'all like him, but he's not worth going to prison over. A B1 salute and shalom to our sister Brooke in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. And please make sure you dropping all your links in the chat, my sister Queen. And shout out to our sister Queen, Rosemary Gabbard in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister. And thank you for being here as well. Exactly, a whole damn cover-up. A whole damn cover-up.
It pushed on the media as, oh, this is a bunch of white guys that killed a black guy, or this is four, like in the beginning it was like 4 guys went to a stranded island and dumped Nolan at the island and just left him there. Like even from the beginning it was just like this thing, and no one had facts, and they were just pushing this horrible narrative, all lies about everyone, and it's sick. So I wish that.
Well, we don't know if it's a lie, because at the end of the day, you guys came back, he did not. At the end of the day, You guys came back with his phone and his keys, and he did not. At the end of the day, you guys wanted to put out a narrative before there was even an investigation. At the end of the day, you guys shut down all of your socials. At the end of the day, your parents got on code when they wasn't even around you. Or maybe they were. So when you say people made it racial, what does this situation look like? Even if this situation wasn't racial, and that's a stretch, but let's play devil's advocate. Even if this situation was an accident, you guys are still guilty for covering up that accident. It's that simple. Bare minimum. If it was an accident, you guys are guilty for cover up. But with all the things that we'd heard and seen in this whole situation, I don't believe that there was a cover up. Well, excuse me. I don't believe that there was an accident. I believe that there's a cover up, regardless of whether there was an accident or not. Like I said, I'm still stuck on the fact that these fools, this fool right here is going to call the mother and ask her if she spoke to Nolan, knowing that he had his phone. Now, that's not to say that Nolan couldn't use somebody else's phone to contact his mother. But then the question wouldn't be, have you spoken to Nolan? When he called, he would have said, hey, ma'am, I just wanted to let you know, Nolan gave me his phone for some reason. And if he tries to call you, it'll probably be from a different number. So just be on the lookout because he might try to call you from a different number. He didn't do that. No, he called and asked if she spoke to him and then said he was going to call the Coast Guard, knowing that he had his phone. A B1 salute and shalom to our sister Kim Brown. Thank you very much for your super chat, my warrior sister. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. Love you, church. Talk your talk, my friend, and I will absolutely do so, and I love you right back, my sister. Much love to you. Shout out to also Repentant Yuta in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. And thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother. And a B1 salute and shalom to our warrior brother John's son. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a member for 11 months strong, my warrior brother. Thank you for your donation, and I appreciate all that you do and all your contributions. Self-honesty, self-honesty. Well, excuse me. I don't know why I'm tripping out. Self-honesty obviously is not none of these folks' strong points. Peace to the family. Shout out to my warrior brother. No, it isn't. Like I said, these folks right here, quite literally, when you're looking in their face, you can tell that there's a lot of guilt there. At least in my humble opinion, I assume. You can see the guilt in a lot of these folks' faces. Especially this dude. You can tell right now that this dude who's supposed to be a damn lawyer, a damn attorney, he don't look like no attorney I ever seen. He looked like somebody you pulled right out the backwoods who was just chopping up a duck. This is Duck Dynasty right here. An anti-black duck hunter who was just looking for the opportunity to come out and put himself on the line for a bunch of young men who he barely even knows. I wonder if Donald Trump gave him the okay. hey, you know, there's some things going on in Mississippi. And these are some good kids. These are good kids. I want you to go and take care of these kids. I want you to make sure people know that this is defamation. Especially because the family has called on the DOJ to do their damn job. But I digress. Let's continue.
Would have been completely different. I'm glad I called the Coast Guard. I'm glad I made the first contact within all of this. I'm glad I was the first one that called Christine Wells that night and told her that we haven't heard from her son. And I'm glad that I did all of that, but I hate the way this has been perceived by the media and portrayed. This has like been absolutely horrible with the way and the things that they've said to us and done. But other than that, I mean, there's not much I would change from my point of view and my friend's point of view. I think we did everything right, and I know we did nothing wrong.
I think it's, I also want to say, I think it's so criminal that they took something so anti-racist and flipped it into something super racist.
Nigga, please.
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
What the f does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
What the hell did he just say? They took something so anti-racist and made it racist? I got to run that back. Got to run it back.
We did everything right. I know we did nothing wrong.
I think it's, I also want to say, I think it's so criminal that they took something so anti-racist and flipped it into something super racist.
Tell me what's anti-racist about this whole situation. A black kid goes out on the water with a bunch of white folk. That would seem anti-racist, right? That would seem like, you know, you were being acceptive, but then the white folks come back, but the black kid doesn't. What's anti-racist about that? The white kids come back, the black kid doesn't. Instead of the police doing an investigation, they immediately assume no foul play. You and your whole family delete your socials. Your mother comes out putting out a narrative, even though she was not there. The coroner comes out and give a BS breakdown of the autopsy, taking the throat, taking the intestines when the private investigation, the independent investigation was warranted. Who made this racial? You see, people, they hate for foundational Black Americans to lean on your experience in this country to show their racism. I'm pretty sure that these kids, or these men, because they're not kids, these are men. I'm pretty sure that these men love them some Chud the Bussy. I'm sure that these men love them some Nick Fuentes. How can I be so sure? Because they're sitting with Brandon Tatum Tots. Excuse me, Brandon Tap Dancing Tatum Tots. They didn't go to any place where they can have any type of pushback. They didn't go to any other, well, really, I don't want to say other because Tatum is not a news source, but they didn't go to any news source. They didn't go to the police. Why aren't you interviewing with the police? If you want to talk so much. Continue.
Like they took, this is the definition of anti-racism. I mean, that
The definition of anti-racism?
Sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch.
Oh man, dude, you are reaching. You are reaching. I got to say, if I did not see who they casted as Mr. Fantastic, I would assume they casted you. That's how much you were reaching. Shout out to our sister Starte Jones in the building, as well as our sister Cooking with Miss D, as well as Zoo Tours, as well as our sister Nene. And I agree with you. Talking to Tatum is making it a lot worse. Even the Nabiscos don't even believe it. Shout out to Ramona Bryant, Tobias Judah, our sister Sean C., Cheryl Thomas in the building. Shout out to each and every one of you, and thank you all for being here, as well as you in the building. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here. Let's let them continue.
we did not look at Nolan any different than I looked at him, or even you. You know, this is.
I'll tell you what. Let's just test the theory. Let's test the theory. Tatum, why don't you go out on the boat ride with them kids, the men, excuse me, and just test the theory. Just go out into the deepest part of the ocean. Stay gone for a day. Let's see if you come back. Let me stop, because I probably just gave them an idea. Here's a good idea, guys. Let's go out on the ocean together, and I'll spend the day with you, and I can prove, because, you know, I'm Officer Tatum. I can prove that, you know, you guys are innocent, because if I come back, then why wouldn't Nolan come back? I guarantee you, I can guarantee you that that's something that Tatum Tots is salivating over. It's like, yeah, you know, he got drool going down his mouth and everything. Like, yeah, you know, yeah, I think I do want to get out on those waters with you fellas. Shout out to my brother Reparations Nation in the building. Let's continue.
It's like, this is literally our brother. I mean, like we stated, we did not treat him any different.
He's not literally your brother, because his mother barely knew you guys. You don't share blood. You don't share parents. So literally is not the proper word. Now you could say he's literally as close to me as a brother, and that'll be anecdotal. But when you say he was literally my brother, no, because y'all don't have the same parents. And if you had the same parents, he would have came back alive. If you had the same parents, he would have came back alive. And that goes for, we don't see anything different about him, just like we don't see anything different about you. If that was the case, he would have came back alive. Apparently, all of y'all stuck together. All of y'all came back together. What's the only difference with you guys and Nolan? Oh, Nolan ain't like you all, so he didn't come back with you all because you wasn't concerned about him coming back with you all. My dad used to tell my neighbor, because my dad stayed next door to this girl that I used to date at the time. I was young. She was young. We were like, I don't know, 14, 15. So it was actually younger than that. It was somewhere around like 13, whatever. She was like 13. I was like 13. And she's mixed. The girl was black and Mexican. And her brother, we used to chop it up and kick it. But he used to be cool with a bunch of people that me and my family wasn't really cool with. So my dad really didn't like us going places or going anywhere with the dude, because he's like, if he ain't going to fight for you, then you don't need to be around him. But since I liked the girl, his sister, and since his their mother loved the hell out of me, I was like, yeah, you know what, Pops, you know what I'm saying? Don't worry, we gonna be good. We gonna be good. Now, here's the thing. It's not like dude would let anybody run up on us or nothing like that without swinging his hands as well. My dad just didn't trust it. So one day, he comes knock on the door, and he asks my pops, he's like, hey, we're going to go ride our horses, because they had their like three different horses back there that my dad used to help them take care of, and the mother used to pay him to do so. And so he's like, hey, we're about to go ride horses. Do you want to go ride our horses? And me and my brother was like, hell yeah, let's go ride the horses, you know, because previous to that, me and my brother, we had our own horses. I had one named Coco. My brother had one named Lightning. And later on in life, my dad ended up selling those horses. So we hadn't rode horses since our pops had sold those horses. So we we're like on our way out the door. And my pops tells the boy, he was like, all right, y'all go out, y'all come back. If you go out with my kids, make sure my kids come back, or you don't come back. And in my head at the time, I didn't really think nothing of it. I'm just like, you know, that's dad doing what dad does, whatever, you know. But later on, my grandfather told me why. He said, because God dang it, at the end of the day, if you don't come back and they come back, that means they allow something to happen to you. And we just ain't going to sit around and just let them live the rest of their life out when something didn't happen to you. That was a very young experience for me, knowing that, learning that, because then about a month later, it was a mutual homeboy. He left out with a group of his friends, and he was found in one of the rivers over there in Lake Elsinore. But his other friends that he left with made it home safely. So ever since then, I've never really, you know what I mean, questioned that, because I was able to see it through and through. This is how we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be overly protective, not just protective. We're supposed to be overly protective of our children, especially because we know the history of this damn country. And when your children and when your kids, even when it doesn't make sense to them, it doesn't have to make sense. Make sure that you let them know that this is why we're doing it. It don't have to make sense to you, but one day you'll understand. So whenever you hear these type of people speaking as if we saw no differences or anything like that, they have the privilege. They have the white privilege to never have to have their parents have that conversation with them, because they have.
When you have the complexion for the protection for the collection, that white skin will protect you.
Anything that happens to them while they're around anybody with the black skin or brown skin at all. And by brown, I'm still talking about black. I'm not talking about Mexican or anything like that. I'm talking about black people. You're going under the jail. Under the jail. Let's continue.
We didn't treat Trayson any different. We don't treat Trayson any different. And they just flipped it. And I just think that is so wild that they're pushing this thing that they're saying, oh, this is
they who? Who is they in which you speak? Who are the they in which you speak? Are you talking about black people? Oh, you didn't want to say that though, because that would make you racist, right? For calling out black people for actually calling out things that's happened to us historically in this country. And you can't combat that by saying, well, this has never happened. You can't show me one example, because we can show you many examples. So you got to say they. It's okay. I'll take blame. Yeah, I say that it's racial. Because look how much you guys are on cold with each other. If it wasn't about race, at least one of you would have came out and said what really happened. If it's not about race, somebody else who's on that island would have already came out and said exactly what they saw while you was with Nolan. It's amazing that nobody has come out and made a public statement with all the people who were on the island. Nobody has come out and said anything about what happened at all. And if people are putting out information, they're putting it out anonymously. They don't want people to know who they are. So you can't corroborate whether or not it's fact. But it's not racial. Shout out to Beauty with Brain. She says Warren knows what happened. Look at him. You can all of them, in my humble opinion, knows what happened. Each and every one of them knows what happens, in my humble opinion. The mother knew what happened. Their parents knows what happened. Here's the thing, too. Who's to say that this wasn't some becoming of man, becoming of age ritual? Who's to say? Who's to say that their parents wasn't involved in the same type of actions when they were younger? Now, this is just me putting on the tinfoil hat, hypothesizing and all. But who's to say that this isn't something that's been happening in their family since before they were alive? I mean, clearly they thought that they can get away with it if they are guilty. My mother's a judge. One of their fathers is a doctor. Warren's father is a doctor. I mean, I'm just saying. We got to look at this from all angles. Who's to say it wasn't an initiation? Shout out to Rosemary. One of those college type rituals that people deny they do anymore, but it's done in the dark. Maybe this time it couldn't be hidden. Shout out to you, my sister. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's continue.
They want to end racism and all this stuff. Well, they're the one pushing it. They're pushing the racism. And
they want to end racism and all this stuff, but they're pushing the racism. The covert racists have already been exposed by the overt racists. You're not going to be able to go back to pretending like racism doesn't exist. Racism doesn't happen. It's just, this is something of the past. This is something that we need to get over. No, because you got people like Chud the Bussy that then brought you to the forefront. You got people like Myron Gaines and Ruth Fudel who brought y'all to the forefront. You have people like your Ben Shapiro's, your Ku Klux Kelly. You have all these folks who have been outwittingly, outright, just outlandishly racist, and you want us to believe that this has nothing to do with race. You're trying to play the covert racist, and it's no longer working for you because, you know, this whole goddamn administration has shown everybody for who the hell they are. From the Nabiscos to the Tethers to the tap dancers to the bootlickers. Everybody has come out during this administration and shown themselves to be what they are. So you can't put the cap back on the bottle. Because you're under the spotlight for this cover-up that's happening, in my opinion. Continue.
I think that's kind of crazy.
Morgan, what's your thoughts on this? How does it affect you?
If I mean, first I want to say I wish this would have never happened. I wish Nolan would still be here with us today. And but I in my opinion, I think that the media they shouldn't have pushed a narrative from so early. I think
they shouldn't have pushed the narrative from so early, huh? You're walking around free as a bird, and Carmelo Anthony is locked up unjustly. Free Carmelo. I didn't see any of you talking about we shouldn't be bringing out narratives so early. We shouldn't be talking like this so early. We should wait to see what really happened. We should wait until the investigation is over with. No, all of you just said that Carmelo, he deserves to go to jail. He's an unaliver. He had an intent in his heart to go there and unalive somebody that day, even though he didn't know any of those people there except for Eddie. Didn't nobody say wait for the evidence to come out then? No. And whenever it has to do with any type of black defendant, nobody says, let's wait for the evidence. Shout out to Cooking with Miss D. Mississippi continues to prove how racist the state has always been. And you are absolutely correct, my warrior sister, on that. especially on how racist it's always been. Not it is, it's always been. A B1 salute and shalom to our brother Zavon Scott and our sister Lillian Madison in the building. Much love to you, as well as Ruby's in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here, as well as our sister Miss TT in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. And a B1 salute and shalom to our sister Anita Harrell in the building. Much love to you, as well as our sister Delaney Brooks in the building. Shout out to all of you and thank you all for being here. Let's let them continue.
That they should have let the local officials do their job, let them release statements, and then
the local officials wasn't doing their jobs. That's the point. That is the point. The local officials all got on code and said, there's nothing to see here. And it isn't until the black grassroots call y'all out that there was even an investigation done. If you can call it an investigation, because you can't really call it an investigation from what we're seeing right now. You can call it a cover-up, but an investigation, not so much. Not so much.
I mean, the media is obviously going to see that and then do whatever they do. But that's what I mean. I trust the local officials.
All right, so that's the first clip, family. Let's go here.
I don't think I haven't had many personal encounters, but I know being around the guys and stuff like that, they have. So,
and Ed, as an attorney that's representing these boys, I mean, what does that make you feel like? You know, do you feel like you got a good case here, or what's your perspective in that? Because people.
What's the case? Oh, defamation. That's right. How can you defame somebody who's actively a part of an investigation? These are suspects. That's why people say allegedly.
People are online, and obviously they know who you are. Obviously they know you represented Donald Trump in some pretty high-profile cases.
I wouldn't have known that at all if this Tatum tap dancing buffoon didn't say it himself. I didn't know who the hell this man was. I thought he was one of their fathers.
And so now that you've joined, or at least now you work for the young men here, you hear them say things like they've been accosted, they've been, threatened online. Does that make your case a greater case, or how do you work within what's happening to these young men?
Well, unfortunately, I wish there was no case. I wish this hadn't happened. But unfortunately, because these things did happen, there is a case, and now there's multiple cases. And I'm going to tell you something. If you're out there and you lied about these guys, you lied about my guys, you lied about Tyler's guys here, if you lied about Morgan, if you lied about Jax, if you lied about Warren, we're going to get you. And you're going to be hauled into court. You're going to be held accountable. And it's going to be very painful. And what I would say to the people who have done that is, now's your chance. If you want to apologize and retract before you find yourself in court, you should probably do that now.
Let me tell you, Nabiscos and white supremacists, something. You will not be able to use the court system in order to get us to shut up. You know that freedom of speech thing that you all love to run around here talking that you all have, and you go crazy whenever somebody holds you accountable to what you said? Yeah, that right there doesn't not just work for you racists, but it works for people who want to call out the racists as well. And I want to show you something, because Brandon Tatum says that these boys have been accosted. And usually when some people hear accosted, they would say they think of being aggressively, or, you would think that somebody was assaulted. But when you say accosted, all accosted means, and let me look this up real quick. I'm going to put it on the screen. All accosted means is that you've been addressed. It is not a crime to address people. Let's go here. Accosted, right? Accost. Approached and addressed boldly or aggressively. That is not illegal. You cannot sue somebody because they accosted you. If they did not put their hands on you, if they did not tell a lie about you, you cannot sue somebody. Anybody. Reporters accosted him on the streets. He was accosted by a thief demanding his money or his life. So to address somebody is not a suable offense. I don't even know why these folks are trying to make it seem like it's a suable offense.
Because if you don't do that, once you're in court, now you just can't leave. You won't be able to get out of it.
Like I said, family, these white supremacists ran to another supremacist and said, we don't like the fact that they're talking about us and we can't say that they're not saying the correct things. Let's go here. This attorney says that he is 100% fold. He 100% certain that these boys are telling the truth, even though he just met them yesterday, you know. A B1 salute and shalom to our sister, Mrs. L in the building. Thank you for being here, my sister Queen, as well as our sister Shamika Gray in the building. Thank you both for being here. And thank you both. My apologies, family. Got a text message. Thank you both for being here. And thank you both for gracing me with your presence here today. Let's go here, family.
How confident are you? Because you just met these young men more recently. And are you confident?
Real quick, Brandon. I just gotta remind people.
You's a cool nigga.
All right, continue. Oh, wait, before we do, it's only right.
Send in the clowns.
That these young men had nothing to do with it.
Confidence not a strong enough word.
More recently. And are you confident that these young men had nothing to do with it?
Confidence not a strong enough word. In fact, beyond a reasonable doubt is not strong enough. There's a 0% chance that they did anything wrong. So this is not 90%. It's not 99%. It's not 99.9999. There's no decimals. There's no anything. It's 100%.
Who the hell are you to even come with those numbers? You're supposed to be an attorney. You're not an investigator. You're not a coroner. You're not an investigator. You're not an AG. You're none of those things. So who in the hell are you to say that there is a 0% chance? You're speaking off of your own opinion rather than the actual probability. This is your opinion rather than actual probability. Shout out to my good brother Black RU in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for being here as always. I believe they're trying to brainwash the jury early, and I agree with you there. That's why I said they're putting out these narratives. The mother came out putting out a narrative early, and now they're coming out trying to hone the narrative, trying to mold it so that it fits properly and they all have their stories straight so that when people actually, if it goes to the grand jury and the grand jury says, yes, this is murder one, or this is manslaughter, once they get into that court, if they don't get a change of venue, and I mean a change of venue outside of the state, 9 times out of the 10, the jury would have already heard these people's narratives and be swayed by it. But because it's Mississippi, it's not a good chance that it's going to be moved out of the state. It might get moved out of the county, but these folks are so damn crooked, 9 times out of the 10, they will not be moving it out of the state at all. Shout out to my warrior brother. And a B1 salute and shalom to our good brother, Black Truth United. Thank you for your Cash App donation, my warrior brother. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my good brother. And a B1 salute to our sister, Mrs. TT. Thank you for your gift. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, as well as our sister Beauty with Brains. Thank you for your gift. The disco ball going on. Much love to you. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my sister Queen. And let me also give a B1 salute shalom to our good brother Zavon Scott. Thank you for your donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always as well, my good brother. Donations for the church. A B1 salute to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for putting your dough into the collection plate. Now, shout out to Mrs. L. She says, I'm actually happy white supremacists are moving this way openly. I hate that it takes cases like Nolan's, but it will wake those up. It will wake them up, excuse me. But it will wake those of still in La La Land about the anti-FBA, anti-black terrorism. You are absolutely correct, my sister, and it will wake them up. It will absolutely wake them up. Or it'll get them right to the point where they need to be awakened. And then these folks are going to do something else that's going to slap them awake. But thank you very much, my sister, for that comment. You are absolutely correct. Sometimes it takes situations like this to remind people that we are not in a place of comfortability. We are at war. And you cannot get comfortable at the end of the day with being in a position where you're consistently having to fight. You got to be comfortable with wanting to continuously having to fight, because a lot of these folks don't want to fight. Let me rephrase that, because I can't say you can't continuously be in those positions. You can't be in those positions and not want to fight. We're consistently in these positions. Consistently. And we're going to talk about this a little bit a little bit later as well. But there's so many things going on right now. And it reminds me of 2020, right before George Floyd cracked off. Oh, Mrs. I already know YouTube that's their thing. Sometimes I will type something in, knowing I typed it, I'll reread it, hit enter, and it'll say something totally different. Shout out to you, my sister. I know. Shout out to Renaissance Woman in the building. Yes, being from Mississippi, I prefer overt racism. Absolutely. Don't try to be nice to me. Don't be sitting there trying to be my friend and on the back end wanted to see me unalived. Nah, just tell me exactly who you are when I meet you, so I know exactly how to treat you. But let's continue here.
100.000%, nothing. They did nothing wrong. And that's the problem for our opponents here, who have ruined their lives, dragged them through the mud.
Who are these opponents? That's the problem for our opponents here. Who the hell are the opponents. Do you see how these folks are trying to create and curate this narrative that they're under some sort of attack when they haven't even been brought in as suspects yet? People are asking questions. Are you calling them your opponents? There have been no lawsuits filed. This is the nonsense. This is the I'm white and I say so rhetoric that they run with. A B1 salute and shalom to our sister Beauty with Brains. Thank you for your super chat. Your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior sister.
And attack them. You don't get to lie. We have the First Amendment. We love our First Amendment, but you don't get to lie and hurt people. You want to lie and it doesn't hurt people? Fine. You lie and you hurt people. That's why we have defamation.
You white supremacists are continuously running around here just lying to lie. You're habitual liars, and your lies quite literally all the time hurt people. I didn't see you out there saying, hey, lying, making Daniel Penny a hero hurts the black community, especially those with mental health issues. I didn't hear you come out saying anything like that. I didn't hear you come out and say, hey, we shouldn't lie about Kyle Rittenhouse, because the way that the courts got on code with him after breaking multiples of laws, and he got away with nothing, no charges. He walked away. That hurts people. None of you pop up whenever someone's being hurt by your Nabisco lies. So don't talk to me about hurting people, because these men are still alive. And Nolan Wells, that young man, he is not. So, speaking logically, if that hurts your feelings, then try and take it to court. Let's see what happens. Shout out to our good brother Masa Musa in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Ain't no way, dude's their lawyer. He looks like he was just out there with them not too long ago. Point break looking ass, and that's what I said too. He looked like he just got off a duck hunt. That's what he looks like. He don't look like a lawyer. He don't look like a paralegal. He don't look like anybody that got anything to do with law. Let's continue.
And that's what this is about. So I just want to emphasize this in the strongest possible terms. Zero wrongdoing. Completely innocent. Totally innocent. And categorically innocent.
All opinions. Like I said, families and Nabiscos don't even believe it. Let's go here.
Two videos in one day. I must be a mad woman. With only 4 minutes of this video for me to work with. Watch what I've noticed. Keep your eyes on this one and Warren, okay? Watch right after the first question.
What is your thoughts on that phone call to Cito? Some people have gone out and...
Did y'all see it? Did you all see them literally lock eyes? I'll do it again slower for you.
Some people have gone out and
Warren wasn't ready for him to break eye contact yet. He wanted to say something with his eyes. Speaking of signals, because this guy really thought that nobody would notice. Now, I'm not sure who this guy is, but notice how he's wearing a hat that says Call Cox. Now, y'all remember that Bobby Cox is the mayor of Ocean Springs, and he's friends with these people. Cox is also the name of the lawyer that they hired first. But watch what I caught twice in 4 minutes.
That clip of all of us on the boat, who it is going to believe what they want to hear. If they want to believe that my friends and I had something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we crack your super secret code, dude? We'll just do baseball signals, guys. They'll never suspect. Which is honestly just a testament for how stupid these kids are. They have to have an adult sit in on the interview with them and touch their hat. I can't wait for the rest of this interview.
Let's go here.
Officer Race Tatum just did this sequel interview with now 4 boys on it instead. And I don't know if this makes things much better.
Oh, this is a bunch of white guys that killed a black guy.
Nobody said you guys did anything. We're just saying that you lawyered up the day after all of this and you deleted all your social media accounts. That just seems sus.
I also want to say, I think it's so criminal that they took something so anti-racist and flipped it into something super racist.
No, we did not flip this into a racist thing. It's the way your entire town has handled this and treated the mother and the way the system has treated this, which makes it a racist thing.
Why would we call CETO if we have a dead body on the boat? Why would we call the Coast Guard?
Why would you cancel CETO and the Coast Guard is the real question.
That clip of all of us on the boat, you know, as it's rolling, not rolling, but right there sitting in the water. Wyatt's on the phone with CETO.
We're still waiting on the metadata. Trent out loud asked TMZ. We're trying to confirm also Race Tatum. If that is the actual video of you guys getting towed, provide the metadata.
If you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
But you canceled the Coast Guard, right? It's like saying I called 911 to save my friend, but then I canceled 911 to save my friend.
These are all American young men, incredible young men.
Who is the Uncle Rico guy, and what does incredible American young men have to do with anything?
And they did a lot more than just that. I won't go through all of it now, but they did a lot of heroic things after the fact, and they did the best they could.
What? They did a lot of heroic things after the fact that they did the best that they could? What was it that was so heroic? Taking the phone and keys? Not telling his mother that he has Nolan's phone and keys? Having them have to track the phone and keys? I'm trying to figure out what is it that they did that was so heroic? I'm just confused.
By heroic things, you mean keeping the cell phone, the keys, and deleting all social media accounts and lawyering up?
And they tried for their dear friend. All of their actions are the actions of innocent men, not guilty men.
And out of all of this, I don't hear any of you saying, I hate how Nolan's mom has been treated. You only talk about how you guys have been treated. Also, look at all their body language. It is so off to me. Do you see how they're all staring at whoever's talking like, don't mess it up, don't mess it up, don't mess it up? None of it is making sense. You guys are just making this seem more sus. If it was accidental, what happened to Nolan? That's all we want to know. We're just accusing you of being shitty friends.
And shitty friends, that is absolutely what you are. But unfortunately, Nolan wasn't taught not to look at everybody as friends just because they smile in your face. He wasn't taught to actually see people due to their actions and who they are, rather than what they say. And now we're in this situation once again. Family, I want to go here because apparently there's an issue with Nolan's family and the investigation of the phone. And apparently they want to have their private investigator investigate the phone, and that's understandable. And the police wants to investigate the phone. But the Nolan family wants it all to be done at one time where they all can see everything at the same time, and they can analyze the phone data together, I wouldn't have waited. I would have already had the phone data analyzed by a private analyst. That's just me. But let's go here, family. A B1 salute and shalom to Pink Blue in the building, as well as our sister Tia to you. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. Let's go here. They had a press conference about it.
What the agreement was that the DA's office, and this is the Jackson County DA's office, as well as our forensic team, and possibly the FBI, were going to together download and examine the phone. So it's done one time with everybody together, right? This is very common in the law. I mean, what you all may be more used to is when there's a terrible car accident, and then there's an examination of that car, and everybody comes together one time. They don't move that car around, everybody does their own thing. This is what is supposed to happen. We're waiting for the DA to determine the time, the place, the date. Let us know, and we are going to be there with our forensics team and anybody else, but it's done one time, one examination. We're ready for it to happen.
Nolan birthday is next Wednesday, August 19th. It is going to be extremely difficult for his mother, his father, his family, because this August 19th will be like no other that they've ever had for the last 19 years. I mean, it's a milestone when your child gets to be 18 years old. You try to breathe a little easier right now. You say, man, we almost got them there. They're at the cusp of being an adult, cusp of manhood.
As a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, I'm the second vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. We are demanding a full federal investigation. Cash Patel, we're demanding a full federal investigation as to what has actually happened to Nolan Wells. We want to make sure that every stone is unturned because his life matters. All of our children's and our families' lives matter. And we must fight back. We must stand up and we must demand accountability for this family's loss.
Family, didn't I say I feel the same way? I feel like everything is ramping up with the same type of energy they was trying to produce when George Floyd, except for this time it's more manufactured. I say that because of this. All these people up here, nobody else needed to speak. This woman here, she said what she needed to say. But let me be nice. Let me not mush mouth. Let's just say mush mouth, you know. He got up there and then he started talking about Nolan's birthday and how hard it's going to be. But nobody up there at all has taken the time to call for an anti-black hate crime bill. Mushmouth is representing a lot of folks who's come up unalived, quote unquote, either by suicide or by police pum-puming. All of them black. But yet Mushmouth has not called for an anti-black hate crime bill. The Congressional Black Caucus, who is there to call for a federal investigation, have not called for an anti-black hate crime bill. Why is that? I kind of feel like all these things are being used to try to push us to the polls. It reminds me of the Southern Poverty Law Center and them being paid by the Democrats and them actually going around paying these white supremacist groups to go around doing the things that they were doing. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot to think about when it comes down to these situations. And I get it. I'm not here to speculate. But we got to put some things on the table. We got to start really questioning some things. I'm with you. That situation didn't get enough attention, church. I'm with you 100% fold. 100% fold. Let's go here. Because while they put out that statement saying that they want the DA to contact them, when the DA actually contacted them, apparently they were either out of state or they were gone. They were not able to rush and do the investigation into the phone. So this situation ended up happening. Let's go here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Ahmadai Shakur. It looks like the DA, Angel Myers McElrath, just dropped the reverse Uno card. Let's get into it. It was a 2-page letter, and here's what it says. I'm going to go down to the 4th paragraph. It says, first, the date and time you proposed provided less than 48 hours notice. Moreover, the Wonsleys were outside Mississippi when your letter was sent and are not scheduled to return until after the deadline you unilaterally imposed. Okay, so please pay attention. Second, the parties never agreed to simply deliver the phone to your office. Instead, the agreement was that we would set a mutually agreeable date and time for the phone to be examined together by your office's forensic professionals, our forensic professionals. Okay. And they even said possibly the FBI as well. Third, the parties have not yet agreed upon a forensic protocol addressing at a minimum the scope and method of the examination, chain of custody, preservation of the forensic extraction, access to resulting forensic data, and treatment of information outside of the agreed scope, retention of the extraction, and return of the device. We're prepared to promptly address those logistics so that the examination can proceed while preserving the integrity of the investigation. Okay, please pay attention. Now, this is what they said because clearly Angel McElrath has, given them a notice. Basically, it sounds like an ultimatum, like drop the phone off or else. Just totally disregarding the previous contract that they made. Okay, and so please pay attention. And so this lawyer is not playing games. And then he further went on to let them know as a reminder, okay, in case they forgot, that in their July the 29th correspondence, that quite frankly, they agreed that they would allow Dr. Mitchell, okay, the other pathologist, that they would allow him access to the body parts that were missing so that he could also examine those as well, that being the throat and the lungs. Okay, please pay attention. Basically, just to let them know that this is what we already agreed to. So let's just stick to that. You want the phone? We're both going to go through the phone, both teams, just as agreed upon. And also, what about the throat and the lungs? Okay, you were supposed to give that to Dr. Mitchell. Okay, so I just have questions as to what's the holdup. Okay, please pay attention. Meanwhile, you have the naysayers out here going in on the Wonsleys, acting as though they just don't want to cooperate and don't want to give up the phone. Well, first of all, there's a trust factor. Okay, I mean, if you come out immediately saying that there's no reason to suspect foul play, when you haven't even started your investigation, well, of course, I would have questions too. So that have been said, I'm sure that they just want to make sure that everything is done in the correct and proper manner. Okay, please pay attention. And then he ended with, and I'm not sure if this was shade being thrown or not, but he said, thank you for responding, okay, to the threats and intimidation that have been occurring with the Wonsleys family. Okay, we have been keeping notes on that and gathered evidence, and we'll be sending it to your office sometime in the near future. Okay, please pay attention. Honey, this attorney is standing on business. Then lastly, he said, the family and legal team remain committed to a careful and thorough and complete investigation into the circumstances surrounding Nolan's death. Okay, please pay attention. So, at this point, it is not on the Wonsleys or their attorney. Okay, their attorney has done his due diligence and sent over the proper letters, letting them know. And also, he said something about in the future, basically, and I'm paraphrasing, but basically in the future, there needs to be written agreements. Okay, because clearly they can't be trusted to keep up the oral agreements that have been made.
Now, family, that part is very interesting to me. That part is very interesting to me and is very telling to me as well. And I want you to understand why. I want you to walk with me. They made a backroom deal once again and didn't get it in writing after seeing what that backroom deal did to Carmelo Anthony in his case. I want y'all to pick up on what I'm putting down. We just saw the Carmelo Anthony case. We just saw how they quite literally did a backroom deal and then turned around and spit on that deal. And that's why right now, that's one of the reasons for the appeal. So why would you make a deal with another racist another racist state and their officials without having some sort of documentation to prove that that was a deal? That's what I assume as well, my brother. That's what I assume as well. Shout out to Black Spider. Don't trust them. What happened to the missing body parts? Where are they at? I hope they don't think this will get us to vote. Not happening. Well, my sister, we're going to get there too. Because to tell the truth, they absolutely are hoping for it. Oh, they're on their knees praying for it. They're begging whatever demon that they pray to in the Democratic Party, in the demonic party, whichever demon it is, they're praying tenfold that this will get us back to the polls. And I'm going to show you in a hot second that they're expecting it to. Let's continue.
Please pay attention. They never heard it hit them with a 48-hour notice, knowing good and well they were not even in Mississippi at the time. I mean, because we all saw where they delivered the press conference. Okay, clearly they weren't in Mississippi, so make sense. What I'm saying is, it doesn't seem like it's the onesleys who are not willing to cooperate. It seems like it's the other way around. Okay, please pay attention.
Now, let me pull this down because I want to show y'all some things here that really, like I said, I see things and my antennas raise. My antennas prompt up as soon as I see certain things that are very interesting, when I hear certain things that should be explored. Let's go here because I seen this clip the other day and I was saying to myself, the vote blue, if you want justice, ain't too far away. The vote blue, if you want justice for Nolan Wells, is not too far away. I tell you, when I saw this clip right here, I said, yep, they're doing the same old playbook. Let's go here. Family. Why are they standing? You know what? I'll just play it. I'll play it because I don't want to seem like I'm being, way out there yet. Let's go here.
Curtis Blacksmith here, member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and I'm with the family of Nolan Wells. And I just want you guys to know that we stand by you. We're going to fight with you. We're going to help support our good brother, Black America's Attorney General, Benjamin Crump. And this will not go unnoticed. We will not stop. We will not quit. We're going to speak truth to power. And just know you got all the brothers of Omega Psi Phi behind you with our fist in the sky, because that's what we do. We're about uplift, and we're going to keep uplifting you guys. Absolutely. Keep in the fight. Okay? Thank you.
Family? Can anybody tell me what this got to do with Nolan Wells? Why are they going on this press conference style of what is going on here? You just take a video with a random Omega sci-fi guy? What's the relevance of this video? Why are y'all smiling as if this dude is the Attorney General of the United States of America? Why was it important that he said that his organization is standing with them? Why are you televising it? We stand beside America's, Black America's Attorney General. Benjamin Crump ain't Black America's nothing. He's an ambulance chaser. And you're seeing how the ambulances are all goddamn connected. Who is this guy? Why are the parents sitting here cheesing from ear to damn ear because of a random video clip with some random Omega sci-fi? So when I saw this clip, family, my antennas went up. It went up. It went up. And I knew it was coming. Well, right after I end up coming across this clip, and I want y'all to pay attention what Bobblehead Al had to say on this situation.
I don't know what happened, but I got your history in Mississippi. And the history tells me black boy go out with three white kids come back. There's a blurred story on what happened. Now y'all all hostile and all upset. Didn't have the keys, but then you had the keys. Some about this don't make sense given your history. And I'm going to stay on this until we find out what happened. It may be nothing, but we're not going to leave that up to chance with people that are distorted. We're going to stay on this case. And lastly, since they want to talk about lawsuits, one of the things tying your morning together, Tiffany, they may come back, as you suggested, playing right-wing politics with this, with the local prosecutor, maybe even with the federal people. But if we have a change in January, and we have a change for people. But if we have a change in January for people. But if we have a change in January, and there is a Democratic House, I said that if Hakeem becomes the speaker, he needs to have the chair of judiciary, subpoena them to the Judiciary Department, testify. No, that's what this vote means in January. And there is but if we have a change in January, and there is a Democratic House, I said that if Hakeem becomes the speaker, he needs to have the chair of judiciary, subpoena them to the Judiciary Department, testify. No, that's what this vote means. We need to have a check and balance of government so that we got somewhere to go. We can't.
In order for there to be a we, there has to be a me. And you will notice we is just me flipped upside down. So the next time you decide to make a we statement, make sure it includes me.
You's a cool nigga.
Family, I told you when I saw the last clip, I felt it in my bones. I was like, oh, damn it. Here comes the if you want justice for Nolan Wells, vote blue no matter who. Right after I see that damn video, here's this bobblehead. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop looking ass talking this nonsense? And he's always trying to prolong the justice that foundational Black Americans is stumping for. The same thing when we were talking about reparations. He come out and say, well, reparations ain't going to happen in this generation, but we're fighting. We're going to continue to fight so that one of our descendants will see it. And I said then, no, we're fighting for reparations right now. And this is the generation that's going to get it. He just did that very same thing with Nolan Wells' case. Well, if there's a change in January and Hakeem Jeffries becomes the Speaker of the House, then he should subpoena these people to testify, because that's the importance of this vote. Checks and balances. The exact same thing they did when George Floyd happened. And then when Joe Biden got into the office, there was no checks, there was no balances. But family, you're seeing what this is all about. This is why this whole situation seems so damn weird. It seems so out of place. The parents seem so weird. The whole situation in itself, it's weird. It's white supremacy mixed with a bunch of pat me on the head, bootlick. You know what? Let me not say that because I don't want to demonize the parents, but still, this doesn't seem right. And now it all makes sense why it doesn't seem right, because everything that these people are doing, it isn't for altruistic reasons. It isn't because they want justice. No, it's because they want to push you to the damn polls. They don't have anything to get you to the polls, but they want to push you to the poll one way or another. And I'm going to play the rest of what he has to say, but we're going to jump into a few clips that makes me believe that they're really pushing out the Southern Poverty Law Center. Not saying that the white supremacists ain't out here doing some things, but when all these things start amping up like this, and then they're right here talking about we need the checks and balances, we need people to go to the polls and get Hakeem Jeffries and the Democratic Party back into power, but none of them is talking about an anti-Black hate crime bill while doing so. Yeah, it seems like something weird is going on. Shout out to Miss Nisi. She says, I'll say it, church, I don't trust Nolan Wells' parents, especially the mother. I don't either, my sister. I just don't want to demonize them as of yet. I'm going to call out all the weird shit that they're doing, yes. But at the same time, I'm going to do it in a way where I'm going to say, you know what? Truthfully, your son is still gone. So I'm going to give you just a little bit of leeway. But I'm letting you know what you're doing is freaking weird. And the people you surround yourself around knows it. I'm with you there, Zoo Tours. The parents are acting like they hit the Powerball lottery. Once Crump is done with this. Let's go here, fam. I want to go back. Pull it back.
Is a Democratic House. This with the local prosecutor, maybe even with the federal people. But if we have a change in January and there is a Democratic House, I said that if Hakeem becomes the speaker, he needs to have the chair of judiciary, subpoena them to the judiciary department, testify. No, that's what this vote means. We need to have a check and balance of government so that we got somewhere to go. We can't depend to go to Trump's Justice Department. So we need to really mobilize so people like these two parents can protect their children.
Yeah.
So you need to go to the Asian community. You need to go to the Hispanic community. You need to go to the African and Caribbean community, those communities who you guys have been falling all over for the past 2 damn years. You need to go to them. You need to go to them. Because none of you are doing anything to benefit us as a people. But you're benefiting them. You're fighting for them. You're doing all the things that they would want you to do as their representative. Y'all not doing any of the things that we want you to do as our representatives. And you work for us. Let me pull this down because I'm going to show a couple of things here, family. Trigger warning. I want to make sure I give you all the trigger warning first, because we're about to get into some triggering things. Very triggering. These folks, they want you to run to the polls to get them back in. And they refuse to even talk about a hate crime bill. Let's go here.
Here we go again. Raleigh, North Carolina. At around 2:35 p.m. this afternoon, there was a dispatch on the radio that indicated that a person had been found swinging from a tree. They said it was in this area right here of South McDowell Street, just south of Martin Street. There were multiple callers that reported seeing a black male in this tree near a restaurant and hotel. When EMS arrived, they first initially said that it was a code blue medical emergency. Not much is being said about this. They haven't even released the identity of this individual. Nothing has been confirmed just yet. This is still a developing story. I'm going to bring you some updates and stuff, but this is not normal. And just so you know, we don't put ourselves in trees like that. No, it's very rare. This is probably going to be another one of those. He did it himself. I just call it pure laziness because you're going to declare it that he did it to himself rather than investigate it truly. There's a lot of cameras in that area, but this is happening far too often. But I'll bring you more as soon as I find out more. Keep the family of this person, this young man, in your prayers. Lift them up because, man, and please don't let this become the norm to where we just be like, oh, well, this is not.
Real quick, I just wanted to touch base on this before I go ahead and get some shout out, before I roll over and get some beauty rest. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. They're not even trying to hide it. They're not trying to hide it at all. We're still talking about Nolan Wells. Another man was just found face down in a pond in North Carolina, in Harrisburg, North Carolina. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. This former white police officer was, he wasn't accused of planning. The man quite literally had over 200 rounds of ammunition on him. There was a manifesto involved in which he was supposedly going to, use every single last one of those 200 bullets and then try and force a smooshmide by police officer after using all 200 rounds in a densely populated traditionally black area. And you want to know what the police did? They said, well, we don't have enough to book him. So we're gonna quietly release him and drop all charges. Like they're not, I promise you, they're not hiding it anymore. You know what I mean? So y'all need to start acting accordingly. My people, you need to start moving accordingly. If you're catching my drift, I'm sure you are. They're not trying to hide it. And that is the most dangerous part about it. If we did not have independent media sources and we did not have other media sources, if you will, gossip, hot takes, we would not hear about this. It would be months, close to a year before we'd hear about this, years even. Because mainstream media isn't talking about it. I even went and looked myself. I'm like, why the fuck? Why? Usually shit like this is posted all over The Guardian. It's posted all over whatever BBC East West Blip, bitch press. I don't fucking know. Cracker press, media source. Who gives a fuck? The bottom line is they let this motherfucker go, and that motherfucker should have been buried underneath the jail. He's going to try and do it again. That's, we know for certain. He did not show up to that location with over 200 rounds of ammunition with a manifesto and an intent to die by schmooshmide by a police officer, just so y'all can let him go and he go about his merry way. No, he's going to try again. So my people, you know what to do. Lock in, twin, be on your P's and Q's.
Shalom, my warrior brother DSB in the building. I get exactly what you're saying, family, and in the interest of protecting you and my fam bam, I'm not going to put that up on the screen right about now, but they should know that there are more than enough people who are willing, ready, and able to go. Power tools. Make sure you got yours at the ready. Family, ain't nobody discussing these things. Ain't nobody talking about hate crime bills. Ain't nobody doing none of that. Let's go here. This is the young lady who they got, these Nabiscos got drunk, the epileptic who they got drunk and then start abusing her all in the bed. I'm not going to show the abuse, but I will show them dragging this sister into the house. If you want to see the rest of the clip, you can go look it up somewhere else. I'm not trying to show it on the broadcast. I don't want to. That's something that really fired me up. Let's go.
Sterling.
Pick that up.
Yes, my sister Astarte, she did survive, and she woke up and didn't know what the hell happened to her. Luckily, she woke up and didn't know what the hell happened to her until they posted this video. But let's continue.
Come on, bitch. Wake the fuck up. Damn. Please tell me that. Oh, fucking God. Wake the fuck up, yo. I've never met you, but I don't like that. Fucking bleeding out.
Come on, your eyes are up, bitch. Get the fuck up. Your eyes are up. Probably just carried your ass out. Come on, Audrey.
And we're supposed to just not question what happened to Nolan Wells? When folks like yourselves are so willing to record themselves doing shit like this, we're supposed to not say anything and act as if this is a colorblind situation? While nobody is saying what needs to be said, which is, this is why we need a hate crime bill? Yeah, you might want to go ahead and go to those Latinos and the LGBTQs and, you know, the god dang, the Africans, the Caribbeans, the Indians, all the people that you guys are speaking for. You need to go to them for your votes. With all this going on, ain't nobody really speaking to what the real evil is and how to end it. I also have to remind folks about this. Shout out to our good brother Black Alpha Network for posting this here. Courtney. If y'all don't remember this situation, Courtney cleaning, the OnlyFans model who unalived Christian Omboseli, the African Nigerian dude who was all online disrespecting foundational Black American women. Hell, even his family was online doing the same. And some of them had to come out apologizing for him, which meant nothing. Well, the woman who unalived him clearly was sentenced, and she was given 6 years. And since she was already in there for 4 years, essentially, she can get out in 1.5 years. Really, depending on good behavior. If they're allowing good behavior, she can get out tomorrow. Now, here's the difference between us and the Omboseli family. The Omboseli family agreed to her plea deal. They approved of her plea deal. Foundational Black Americans would not approve of such deals. We need her to get the long haul. She took a life, her life must be taken as well. Whether you decide to do it by needle or by cell. But their family agreed with it. And this is one of the things that I'm talking about when I say this whole Nolan Wells situation is weird. The family is weird. The only thing that isn't weird about this whole situation is the practice of white supremacy. The only thing that I can look at this whole Nolan Wells situation that isn't weird is them practicing and getting on code with white supremacy. That's the only part that is not weird to me. The same way that this family has approved of this woman's sentence or her, plea deal, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out that the men, were involved and they were responsible for whatever happened to Nolan. And then they try to take a plea deal. And I wouldn't be surprised if the mother and the stepfather agrees with that plea deal as well. Remember, the judge, the mother, and Nolan's mother went to school together. All of these folks essentially grew up around each other. So I would not be surprised if the grand jury came down and said, yes, this is murder one, charge them. Then they go to court and something comes out that's basically a stamp on the case. Like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, this is going to put y'all away. And they have to make a deal. It would not surprise me if Nolan's mother would accept that deal like this family accepts that deal or accepted that deal. That's why I wanted to show that here today, family. I wanted to show you that there today because, family, we're still dealing with a bunch of folks out here who are quite literally disrespecting us at every goddamn turn, and ain't nobody out here trying to protect black folk. Not none. Now, this next clip that I'm going to show you, I believe this person is a tether because things would have got a lot more active if it was a foundational. And I can tell you that for certain. Because this person, whoever this person is, he damn sure, and I do mean damn sure, he looked pacified like a mother lover. Let's go here, family. Let's go here. Exactly, my sister. We're on our own out here. We're on our own, and it's up to us to continue speaking up for us because people are doing weird stuff that just makes other people in the populace believe that, oh, well, it must not be that serious because ain't nobody making it that serious. Well, we're making it that serious. If you're not talking about a hate crime bill for us, don't talk about the polls. Either you're going to get that young man justice altruistically, or you're not. But either way, this situation will not force us to run back to the Democratic plantation. It doesn't work like that. If anything, it's showing why we need to stay the hell away from it. Because just like when Jesse Jackson died, Messy Jesse, no matter how I felt about him, they turned his funeral into a goddamn DNC rally. The same thing they did with Trey Reed. So that should show you exactly what they think about you and how they feel about you. You're just a tool to get them into a position of power. And if you're dead, that just makes it even better for them. You can't come out and speak for yourself if you don't have the ability to. Let's go here, family.
That nigger fentanyl, aren't you? No? So my city is undergoing like a $78 million transformation downtown for the parks.
A knockoff Chud the Bussy. And for those who don't know, Chud the Bussy has bailed out and he has been caught back online. So he might just be getting put right back in there real damn soon. But I'll be doing another live about that one. I'm going to have everybody send that damn clip of him being online to the DA and to his, well, there's no probation officer, but yeah, we're going to send it over to the DA. But we'll talk about that at another date. Let's run that back to the knockoff. The Egg family, I got you. Let's go.
Send in the clowns. That nigger fentanyl, aren't you? No? So my city is undergoing like a $78 million transformation downtown for the parks. And of course, all it's going to do is become a haven for niggers. I just had to walk through some niggers bullshit to get through some fucking stairs to get through to the sidewalk. But it's just becoming a haven for niggers. Like this nigger here. Hey, this nigger. He is in the Riverfront Music Garden. He thinks he's getting like sound healing. And niggers laying throughout in the bushes here meditating on the bench. Sat up in the damn stairs, huh? $78 million to redo all this shit, and for homeless people and niggers to trash the place up. The issue will continue. As long as there's niggers in this society, it'll continue. And it's just a hub for niggers. It's ridiculous. It's just an improvement for niggers. That's all this is. For homeless niggers to have a nice place to lay down at night and do their fucking fentanyl. That's all it is. $78 million of taxpayer money for niggers to relax on a nice riverfront, beautiful $78 million remodeling. It's not even done yet. You can see the shit's still up. Not even done yet. Not even done yet, and it's already become a haven for niggers. Feral niggers. Retarded nigger doing boxing right here. Let's see those moves. Let's see them. That was pretty impressive. Man, you were doing kicks and punches and damn. You're on that nigger fentanyl, aren't you? No? You're not on that? Oh. All right, well, you have a good nigger evening. Black power, bro. Feral nigger. Feral fucking nigger. See, and that's what the park is becoming. This is what this parks and everything is for down here. It's for feral niggers to keep fucking power, white power, white power. A nigger driving by saying fucking thank the Lord or some shit. What the fuck? These fucking niggers. See, even the ones in the cars, even those niggers are feral. It's not about class. They're all just feral niggers running all over the fucking place.
If I don't hear anything from the Democratic Party about this type of stuff, don't tell us to go to the polls so that Hakeem Jeffries can do an investigation. What, 6 months from now? Because January would be after August, 6 months. So we're supposed to sit around and wait 6 months to get them to maybe, possibly bring in somebody for questioning? What good is that? In one situation, when we have all these situations that you all ain't speaking about. We're the only ones calling this stuff out. And just what, like we got this Nabisco here, and Miss Nisi, I don't know who the hell this Nabisco is. It is Chud the Bussy Part 2, 2.0. And hopefully he end up in the same damn trouble. But we got these type of people running around here. And while the Democrats are telling us to go to the damn polls, they're not addressing any of this stuff. They're not trying to bring any policy to combat this stuff. But they want you to go run and stand with Pedro. They want you to go run and stand with the illegals. When it's those same people as well doing the exact same thing that this Nabisco is doing. Let's go here. Let me remind you.
I can't either. Look at all the fucking tattoos and the stupid fucking piercings. This black bitch thinks she's some fucking lawyer. Like all you monkeys, you think you're lawyers. Bitch. Fuck you, nigger. Fuck you, nigger.
Now, family, this is a Mexican. His last name is Ramirez or something like that.
Nigger, 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 nigger. Nigger. Go ahead. Show the judge, because you know what? Nigger ain't illegal, bitch. Nigger. N-I-G-G-E-R. Nigger. You and your black boyfriend. Niggers. Niggers. Go ahead and try, nigger. Try harder, nigger. Nigger, 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 nigger. Come to a white neighborhood and you think fucking anyone's on your side, bitch. Fucking bye. Wait, she's still recording.
So I don't feel any type of way for the Democratic Party right now. I don't. With all this going on, the least you guys can be doing, Richard Ramirez, thank you. Thank you. With all this going on and nobody saying anything, everybody's willing to be quiet, but they want to try to force us to go to the polls. Yeah, no, these are the people that you want to get to the polls. These are the people that y'all been fighting for, right? And while they're over here disrespecting us, you want us to run to the polls. Nah, go ahead and tell them. Go ahead and tell them to run to the polls. And this is one of the reasons why, like I said so many times, I don't have any type of feelings, no matter how many people or who they send out to tug on the heartstrings, it doesn't work for me. As a matter of fact, here's an example. Let's go here.
I am one of the unlucky DACA recipients that is still waiting for their work permit to get approved. I have been on leave for 5 months now, and I just got a call from my employer letting me know that they will not be able to extend my leave past August. I don't have any bad feelings towards them. I understand where they're coming from. I honestly loved management. I love my coworkers. I loved what I do, but I think that's just what makes it extra hard, because not a lot of people can say they enjoy where they work. You know, it took me a long time to get to where I was, and it's just hard not to feel like life is so unfair right now. I feel like the system is failing a lot of us, and there's nothing that we.
I see you whispering about me. You think I ain't listen? Watch and see. Got my funk, got my groove. Got me getting even tonight. We gon' party. Early season. Thought I let it slide, but I'm petty and proud. Flexing on the dance floor, showing out in the crowd. Feeling so fancy, got my stinger ready. Watch out, y'all, it's time to get petty. Watch out. Get petty, don't you fret it. Gonna serve it up, nice and sweaty. Keep it funky, keep it steady. Hey, you, it's time to get petty.
Oh, family, I just had to hit the button. Like I said, as soon as I hear the tears, as soon as I hear the willing cries, oh, family, I just get so alive inside of myself. And I just start really, really hearing the sounds of the violins. Shout out to Ella Steen in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Let's go here. We got to.
And there's nothing that we can do about it. I feel so alone, but I also know that there's so many people out there that are in the same situation as I am. I'm going to pray extra hard, and I'm just going to have to put everything in God's hands, and pray that everything works out in my favor, whether it be in this job or in the next one or whatever I end up doing.
Apparently a lot of people, including this woman and everyone else on doc.
Oh, we don't need your commentary, sir. Oh, because what's happening right now is a lot of people is feeling that pain. And as Betty Wright said, Betty Wright had to say it, no pain, no pain, no gain. So now folks have to understand that the only way that they can actually get gains if they feel the pain. And now they're understanding that when we were saying, don't come to us unless you got something for us, that doesn't just mean the Democratic Party. Oh no, that means everybody. And if you cannot come to us and say, hey, we stand with you with your agenda, do not come to me crying about no DACA and that agenda. Don't come crying to me about getting sent and deported anywhere, because that is not my business. Now we're going to hold off on the violin because we might need to play it again, family. We might need to pull the violin back out because this man, and I'm going to say it, shout out once again to our good brother, Black Alpha Network, because this week in deportations, this Cuban man was shipped all the way over to Africa. And he wants to show you all how he's living.
Roberto, could you show me around?
Sure. This is my cell. I've been here 1 year in this cell with no charges, no anything.
Roberto Mosquera has been stuck in Africa in a prison. He was deported by the Trump administration, not to his homeland in Cuba, but to a third country in Eswatini. He's been there for more than a year, and he's not the only one that's in this situation.
He's my roommate. Look, in a year, he lost a lot of weight. He's from Yemen.
There's been more than 30 countries which have signed deals with the Trump administration to take people and supposedly send them back to their countries. Some of them have gotten millions of dollars, and there have been thousands of people who have been sent this way, but there is a small number of prisoners where they don't know if they're going to be able to get out because their countries won't take them, and the U.S. won't take them either.
Okay, you say you want to deport me to Cuba. Okay, what I'm doing in Africa.
It's really hard to get in touch with people who are in these places. It's kind of a miracle that Roberto has even got a phone right now, which he was only able to get after he went on hunger strike demanding it.
This is how it looked. And we got the TV. They got camera there, camera here. Let me see if I can go outside. I've been doing this for a whole year. What I do, I run there, work out, do my little things, But this is all we have, man, all day. To right now, they like us. They take us inside around 6.
Roberto grew up in Cuba up until he was 12 years old. And since he was 12, he has not left the United States.
I've been there for 47 years, okay? And I don't know nothing about Cuba. I don't remember nothing in Cuba.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about your life before. You have a family?
Yes.
Still
Yeah, I
married?
was married.
Plumber? Tell me about that.
Yeah. I was married for almost 20 years. I have 4 kids.
He showed me diary entries that he wrote, and he was almost entirely writing about his relationship with his 10-year-old daughter and how much he wanted to see her.
Goodbye when I left. I had a job, good job. They just took my life, man, I worked so hard every single day, man, to go to work and pay taxes. I don't know what happened, man.
When Trump returned to office, he specifically said that he was going to come after people with criminal records. In Roberto's case, it was a criminal record from decades ago, which came to haunt him. In the 1990s. He took a plea deal for 9 years. He was released from that, started a new life, became a plumber. But because Roberto had been caught up in a gang when he was a teenager, he never ended up getting a green card to be in the United States. So each year he would go to an immigration appointment. And it was during this last appointment that he had in 2025 that there were ICE agents waiting for him there. And they told him that they were going to deport him. He has a human rights attorney in the United States, but because he's not in American jurisdiction anymore, there's not a lot of legal options for him.
Damn, family, hold on, hold the hell up. I gotta I gotta go ahead and just drop that. Hold the hell up.
Damn!
This man got an attorney, but since he's no longer in the U.S., he is in Africa. They don't have jurisdiction to deal with the case. I told y'all should just self-deport. I told y'all should self-deport. Go ahead and liquidate all your damn assets, and then you move somewhere where you wouldn't have to worry about it, because otherwise you can end up somewhere where you can't even get your court case going. Let's continue.
The Trump administration does not deny that they have sent these people to Eswatini. I've made multiple attempts to speak to the Eswatini government, which have been denied. It appears to be a situation that they do not want to talk about and keep under wraps. I mean, how do you feel about the situation that you're in, where you don't know if you're going to get out of this place?
Bro, Nick, I don't know, man. I got faith. My daughter's name's Faith, and I got faith I will see her again. I just want to just go home, man, and see one day I can get out of here, and I hope soon, because time passing, we're getting old. I'm not young anymore, you know? I'm not young anymore.
That's why we have no issues with what's going on there, family. Nobody cared about our issues. And what we're finding out is that these people, the Democratic Party, they're trying to make this whole situation with the illegals a new civil rights 2.0 style type of notion. But it doesn't work, because all the things that they should be standing for when it comes to rights, they're quiet on, they're silent on. But they want us to support them going out and fighting for rights for everybody else, when we're seeing all these things happening to us and nobody is speaking about the right for us to live, the right for us to not be terrorized in the country that our ancestors built. So I want to pull this down here. And I want to give a B1 salute and shalom excuse me, my fault, family. Got a text message. A B1 salute and shalom to our good brother King. Let's let this brother eat.
The DNC and their handlers are currently trying to manufacture a civil rights era 2.0, and it ain't working because they aren't smart people. They're hoping that in the next 20 years, their current actions will be able to allow them to turn this into the new moral movement of America. These political strategists, if you want to call them that, are taking a very specific Black American constitutional fight and attempting to copy and paste it onto modern immigration politics to build a new voter base simply because they want to avoid having to deal with the Black American and the debt that they owe. Not happening. Let's establish some truth. The 1960 civil rights movement, which actually started long before that, was an organic bottom-up fight by Black Americans. But the DNC is going for a manufactured top-down approach haphazardly. See, our ancestors built this country's infrastructure, paid into its tax base, and fought in its foreign wars while suffering under legal disenfranchisement on U.S. soil. When Black Americans fought, the demand was very, very clear. A domestic battle to get back what the U.S. government owes. You ain't getting out of that. Now look at how the establishment tries to recreate that magic today and why it constantly falls flat. They first flooded the country with millions of undocumented illegal immigrants right in our faces with benefits. Then came the political theater. Let's take it to Minnesota, where nonprofit networks and local party leaders tried to coordinate stage top-down civil rights style marches using Somali diaspora groups. It feels artificial because it is artificial. It lacks the organic constitutional grounding of centuries-long Black American history, steeped in battle after battle of us fighting off a poisonous host on our land. Or look at the media meltdown over Haitian TPS holders. When federal agencies started enforcing standard non-citizen monitoring or even offering cash stipends and free flights home for voluntary return, mainstream media instantly started crying civil rights violation and invoking slavery-era optics. They do this because borrowing Black American moral capital is the fastest way to grant political immunity to global migration policies. And that is exactly why their script ain't resonating with the public. You can't conflate standard solvent border management for non-citizens with the fight, plight, and constitutional rights of the original inhabitants. They have zero cachet in this country and no blood soaked in the soil. See, the DNC has been steadily losing its grip on the Black American voting bloc because the younger generations are saying the jig is up. So these party strategists are desperate and scrambling to engineer a replacement base. They're attempting to stitch together a new coalition by casting newly arrived populations as the new front line of civil rights. But in doing so, they end up subverting the distinct blood and sweat legacy of Black Americans. And we warned y'all that this is a brand new day and a throwback breed of Black Americans that you got to deal with. You got to deal with this.
Oh, and deal with this they shall, my good brother, deal with this they shall. While all these folks are running around here trying to get us to the polls, but they're not talking and mentioning nothing about hate crime bills. They're trying to get us to the poll, but they're not talking or mentioning anything about Black economics or any type of upward mobility for foundational Black Americans. No, none of that. None of that is working, like our good brother said, because this is a whole new day. This is a whole new era. We see what you're doing, and we raise you. We see what you're doing, and we raise you. We can do this just as long as you can do it. Because did nobody give a damn when information like this came out? Let's go here to California. Nuri Martinez and her gang of dang degenerate Latinos who's targeting the Black community as well.
The rabbit hole of systemic anti-Blackness in Los Angeles goes so much deeper than what the media headlines are saying. There are so many connections I can almost guarantee it's worse than what you expect. So Nuri Martinez, who got the most attention for her comments, was the president of the city council, which is of course a powerful position. But let's dive a little bit deeper by focusing on someone else in the call, Ron Herrera. So Herrera was literally the president of the LA Federation of Labor, which represents hundreds of thousands of workers and is supposedly committed to protecting the rights of working people, empowering those who have been made disadvantaged. And this is super important to know because it's been discovered in recent years that there's been widespread violent discrimination against Black employees, oftentimes from their Latino coworkers or bosses. One older Black man even got PTSD from how bad his non-Black Latino supervisors treated him. And Herrera's explicit anti-Blackness opens up questions into how complicit or active he was in allowing this discrimination to happen. And what's worse is that this economic discrimination is happening at a time where LA's Black population is facing a huge jobs and homelessness crisis as well. Even though the city is about 8% Black, its unhoused population is about 42% Black. A report by the LA Homeless Services Authority connects the dots by saying the impact of institutional and structural racism in employment and access to opportunities cannot be denied. Homelessness is a byproduct of racism. And back when Nuri Martinez was president, a lot of the city council voted to make the lives of unhoused people even harder by passing laws like Municipal Code 41.18. And if that's not enough, these laws are enforced by the super racist LA Sheriff's Department. They are known to target and kill young Black and Latino men, and many prominent members of these gangs are Latinos themselves. For example, one of these police gangs, the Compton Executioners, had members like Samuel Aldama, who admitted on record that he had ill feelings toward African Americans. He and his partner, Ms. Raina Orrego, severely beat and wrongfully detained a young Black man named Sheldon Lockett. And they later killed an unarmed Black man named Dante Taylor after claiming he had a gun and was participating in gang activity, neither of which was true. And the leader of the Sheriff's Department, Alex Villanueva, continues to deny the existence of these gangs, even as civilians talk about the terror they inflict. And I told you everything was connected, right? Pause to read, but financial documents show that Sheriff Villanueva has professional links with Nuri Martinez through her husband, who once worked for Villanueva's campaign manager. And though the context isn't clear, Villanueva has also been photographed with people who have strong ties to groups like the Proud Boys. But the criminal justice issues don't stop there. That same Sheriff's Department operates the largest jail system in the entire country. Fun fact, collectively, the Los Angeles County Prison is almost twice the size of Delaware. Inmates, which are about 30% Black and about 54% Latino, have been known to face widespread abuse and violence. So just to recap, as a Black person in LA, you could face unprovoked violent racism and lose your job, then face economic hardship and homelessness as a result, then be criminalized for sleeping on a sidewalk, then attacked and detained by racist police gangs, then placed in the largest and one of the worst prisons in the country. You can see it wasn't an isolated incident. It's a systemic issue.
Shout out to that brother right there, but I would disagree with one thing when he says Black and brown, when it's majority the brown and whites who are unaliving Blacks over there when they become police officers. Yeah, I'm not going to let you skip over that. It is the browns, the Latinos who join up with these police gangs and things like that, the Scorpion units and things like that. And when he's speaking about Los Angeles and the sheriff's department out there, it's just like the goddamn Rampart district and their department. The jail that he's speaking about is called the Twin Towers. And I told y'all several times, they run Twin Towers like it's a goddamn penitentiary. The same thing that they do with the war zone in Temecula, the same thing that they do in mostly any jail in California. But I digress. All of these things are happening to us. There is not one thing that any of these Democrats have brought to us to combat anything that we just heard. Or anything that we're going through at this time. But yet, they want to say, if you want to see justice for Nolan Wells, you got to vote in November so that a Hakeem Jeffries can become the leader of the House again. All for Hakeem Jeffries to call for an investigation. Why ain't Hakeem Jeffries out here speaking about an anti-black hate crime bill as we speak? Every time a camera's in his face, the same way every time they put a camera in his face, he want to talk about why the SAVE Act is bad and why Donald Trump is bad. Every time they put a freaking camera in his face, he should be out here speaking about what's happening to foundational Black Americans and why we should be getting a hate crime bill and why that is their number one goal and policy that they will be pushing for. No. They would rather have you crying over a bunch of people who are here temporarily, when those same people aren't even crying over the people that's being deported who was only supposed to be here temporarily. Family, do you know that while everybody's out here saying that we means for us not caring about TPS ending and anything like that, we're all xenophobic because we're telling people to go back to their homes and stuff like that and fix their country, while people are running around trying to make us look bad? You know what the Haitians are doing? They're making each other look bad, because the Haitians with passports, the Haitians with American citizenship are out there right now clowning the Haitians who don't have their passports, who don't have their American citizenships. Don't believe me? Let's go here first. When ICE comes to your job to get all the Haitians, but you already got citizenship, gotta be faster than that. Let's go. You know what? Let me mute that. So these are the type of video clips that they're making, family. Does it seem like she's too tore up about it, is she? Does it seem like she has any issues at all with it, does it? Yeah. Let's go here.
Hello guys, I hope you're having a good day. Back with another video. I could not pass up on discussing this because I think this is the most despicable, low down, gutter snipe behavior from Haitian Americans or anchor babies or green card babies or whatever. You know, when I seen this pop up on my feed, I mean, it just popped up. I guess my algorithm was doing that. And I was fairly disgusted. And this is not about mocking Haitians or anything. This is about pointing out the hypocrisy of these immigrants when they come to America. Now, I know you guys know that the Haitians been catching hell over the last couple of months. And I don't know what they did to the universe, but the karma is coming back on that ass. Trump is on a...
I know what they did. They messed with us. And yes, that ABK came swiftly right back around on that ass. That's what they did. A B1 salute and shalom to our sister Angelic in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here as always, my sister queen. Let's continue.
he is on a rampage and he's not playing. And the reality is I 100% agree with a lot of his policies. But as you guys know, the TPS status has expired for a lot of the Haitians. ICE is ramping up. Now Trump is targeting birthright citizenship and all this other kind of stuff. And, you know, we've been seeing Haitians basically is the face of all of these things, even though it is affecting other groups. I heard Hondurans have to be out. We know about the Syrians and other immigrants. So it's not just the Haitians. But I think the Haitians right now in the spotlight, because when they put themselves in the spotlight. But you guys, I want to get into this about this, the Haitian Americans versus the Haitian immigrants. Now, if I'm correct, I remember listening to a couple of live streams a little while ago about how Haitians in particularly Florida always talk about how Black Americans used to bully them. And then I would hear Black Americans who live down there would say, no, those were Haitian Americans and other immigrants, like Bohemians, I think, that was bullying them, right? And I'm not saying that there probably wasn't no Black Americans, but for the most part, a lot of Black Americans were saying it was a lot of Haitian Americans that was bullying them and stuff like that. And now I see it because in this time, in this crucial time of your own people, you would get up on the white man's internet that is global, and flaunt your passport as a Haitian to mock your own people. This is disgusting. I will say this, the Black American community have issues and there'll be a lot of things I don't agree with. It'd be some real, y'all, I literally, the more and more stuff come out about these Haitians, the more I'm fucking disgusted because I don't care about any of all this other stuff. The fact that you as a Haitian will get up here and mock your own people. Do you honestly think these immigrants gonna have our back? You guys, it is crazy that it's taken so long for our people to wake up and realize these people were not allies. These people are not our friends. They never had our back. They don't even have each other back. And we kept saying this, especially to the Pan-Africanists. I have pointed this out before. I have been to Africa. We have been to these countries. We know these things exist. They can't get along in their own country right now. Why are they not unified over there? But for some reason, people in America, Pan-African specifically, like, oh, we need to all come together. Why don't they come together in their community first? Why people want to try to fix somebody else's house before fixing their own house? Because with Black Americans, we don't do no stuff like this. Absolutely. This is low. But this is a wake-up call. This is an eye-opener. And you guys, again, we are in the year of the exposure. We are in the year of the exposure. When I tell you the delineation, the FBA movement, everything else is really, really taking place on a national level, it is beautiful to see because it's time. But to see this, I want to see those Haitians. If you guys listen to this video, I'm gonna need you to go check your people. Instead of you getting up on the internet worrying about Black Americans gonna be deported, Black Americans is next, blah, blah, blah. Why don't you address the people that's actively targeting you? Because what I don't understand, just like the first time, Haitians banned at Black Americans because Trump said they gotta go. Trump said TPS is suspended. Haitians get on the internet and start bashing us. Oh, Black Americans, you gonna be next. Your own people, Haitians, are mocking those people who are about to be deported with their passport. And I have not seen one video. I have not seen no panels, no discussions talking about that because it's bullshit. You guys, they are so comfortable coming at us. They never want to address their issues. And this is why I say I don't talk to them. Again, I'm a consumer of all of the panels around here that hold these discussions with these immigrants.
Shout out to us sister. She says she sounds surprised. Yeah, but at the same time, she sounds surprised and fed up at the same time. You know, I asked the very same question. Why don't these folks have that same type of fire for the Haitians that are here that's telling them to go back home as well? They only attacked us because they thought they could attack us. That's the truth of the matter. Because everybody is saying the same damn thing, even their fellow Haitians, whether they're American born or not. But yet they have to come after us because, you know, we're the ones to beat. We're the main characters. Shout out Martika in the building. Much love to you, my sister, and thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Damon Reeves in the building, as well as First Class Citizen in the building. But family, they want us to feel bad about these people, and these people aren't even feeling bad about each other. Exactly. Shout out to Tiffany Jackson in the building. We're everybody's scapegoat. Well, no more. Not no more. And that's what's really throwing them the hell off. We're not allowing ourselves to be the world's trash can anymore. Shout out to Slow Frame. Tether's going to tether, yeah, and we're going to sever that tether. We're going to sever the connection to that tether. You know, when you're tethering on, where's my scissors? Clip, clip, bye-bye. Gone in the wind. Family, I find it incredibly stupid of the party, of the Democratic Party, or any other party, to ignore us while doing things for everybody else. I find it incredibly stupid. There's no other word to put it. You know, it's incredibly stupid. Because all the things that they're using, all the little NGOs and all the little things, companies that they're using, shell companies and things like that they're using in order to pull money back to themselves, allegedly, because that's what I believe is happening. A bunch of money laundering. A lot of these things are getting shut down. The second we say no more, that's when you hear all of the investigations coming out to everything that we're saying no more to. So, Democrats is talking all that nonsense about illegals and everything else. We're stepping back. We're delineating. We're saying, okay, well, if that's what y'all want to do and that's how y'all want to play it, let's just sit back and watch how things work out for you. And now you're seeing all these programs being attacked that everybody's been questioning, especially in California. The federal government is saying now that homeless program, yeah, you can forget about any type of federal funding. Let's go here.
The Trump administration came to Los Angeles today with a blunt message. The federal government is done paying for what they call LA's homeless industrial complex.
Housing and Urban Development Secretary Scott Turner and Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. renewed their push to cut off federal funding to the region's top homeless agency, accusing it of waste and corruption. CBS LA's Gio Insignaris is in Echo Park to break down the claims. Gio.
Rudabeh, Pat, good evening to you both. That's right. We are at the Dream Center here in Echo Park, an organization that both secretaries held up as a model for what they consider proper homeless spending and the money used to help those who are struggling with homelessness. Both of them argued that any taxpayer money should be tied to measurable results and that any organization receiving federal funding should be held accountable for how those dollars are spent. But that message is meeting some resistance from a federal judge and from the organization that they are trying to defund. At the Dream Center, a faith-based organization that takes people off the street and into recovery, 2 Trump cabinet secretaries put taxpayer-funded homelessness programs in LA on notice, including the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, also known as LAHSA.
They will not receive another cent of American taxpayer money until they can account for every single dollar.
Housing Secretary Scott Turner says the agency has spent hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars with little accountability and zero results, arguing that California's failed policies have ignited a, quote, drug-fueled homelessness crisis.
The days of funding corrupt failure are over. The Trump administration will not fund a homeless industrial complex any longer.
Back in June, LAHSA filed a lawsuit against the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development after it moved to suspend critical federal homelessness funding for the Los Angeles region. A fight today's announcement only escalated. The secretaries say the fix is to stop writing blank checks and steer the money to results and to faith-based programs like the Dream Center.
We don't minister just to people's need. We minister to people's potential. Compassion requires us to ask whether a program works, whether money reaches the people who need it, and whether those people are becoming healthier, safer, and more independent.
But the message from the podium runs right into the courts. Just last Friday, a federal judge struck down the Trump administration's plan to overhaul more than $4 billion in homeless funding nationwide. It's the second time this year a judge has blocked the effort. And here in LA, about $240 million is on the line. A late August deadline to apply is looming. But with LAHSA's funding under threat and the ruling throwing the timeline into question, it's far from settled.
The housing first model is a failed model. We're committed to the reforms that we're putting forth.
Meantime, in response to today's announcement, LAHSA called the Trump administration's accusations not based on fact, saying in a statement, quote, as numerous audits have shown, no evidence of abuse or graft has ever been presented. In addition, we have cooperated with the federal government on their provider fraud investigations. It is unfortunate that they continue to play politics with funds that keep more than 11,000 vulnerable people housed in our community. Now, the court fight over LA's funding is separate from that nationwide ruling. A judge here could decide by the end of the month deadline whether that money keeps flowing. In the meantime, we also reached out to Mayor Bass's office for comment on today's event, but we've yet to hear back. Reporting from Echo Park, I'm Gio Insignares, CBS LA.
Shout out to Tiffany Jackson. Will there be any arrest of these Democrat politicians? There should be. There should be arrest of all of these politicians, to be honest with you. But yeah, I would be arresting them. But of course, politics, unfortunately. They've been shaking down America for way too long. It's our time to rise. You are absolutely correct, my sister Intrigue. You are absolutely correct. Let me also go here, because Bass don't like that too much.
Joint efforts, they highlight why we put LASA on notice. They will not receive another LA.
Oh, you know what? I played this already. This is just the clip with her in it. Anyhow, let me also bring to your attention the fact that the U.S. State Department has revoked about 175,000 visas.
We have some breaking news now. The State Department has just exclusively revealed to Fox that it's revoked 175,000 visas since the start of President Trump's second term. That is up from the 100,000 in December. The majority of the new revocations were over criminal activity, including sexual assault, child abuse, fraud, reckless driving, and embezzlement. Multiple visas were also revoked for immigrants who celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. We have some breaking news now. The state.
Well, I hope there's more out there. Shout out to our sister Angelic. I know you're responding to somebody, but I want to read this as well because it's factual. The orange man is more bark than bite. I highly doubt it. I'm going to agree with you 100% fold on the more bark than bite because he's hella loud. I want to see at least Obama numbers with this deportation, though. At bare minimum, Obama numbers. That's just for me. Shout out to you, my warrior sister. I know that may not have even been pertaining to what you were discussing, but I said I still wanted to highlight that because it was true. Absolutely. Shout out to our sister only Pamela's Way in the building, as well as Marvelize in the building. Shout out to you and thank you all for being here. Let's also go here because the H-1B ones are becoming the situation as well. And this is the talk of the town on that.
The holders since 2015. Over 70% came from India and nearly 12% from China. And when you zoom in on this map you're looking at, you can see where most are being hired. The dark red spots show a high density of H-1B visa holders. And now we're learning more about the fraud within the program. One former official tells Newsweek that up to 90% of applications, 90% from India contain fraudulent documents or involve unqualified applicants. And finance law enforcement in India claim it has uncovered a network of universities that produce fake degrees, which were possibly used to obtain these high-skilled H-1B visas.
Family, more fake degrees. More fake degrees, this time with the Indians. You know, the butter chicken Indians, not the red dot, not red dot. The red dot butter chicken Indians and not the dance around the fire Indians. The Bachuri chicken Indians and not the firewater drinkers. I think that's better to say it. Yeah. Fake degrees all over the damn place. And here's the thing. And shout out to Aquarius. I believe the same thing. The government already knew about this. I agree with that 100% fold. Hired by Nabisco corporations. Elon Musk. Nobody's saying nothing about these but us. Nothing. Because it doesn't affect anybody but us. A B1 salute, Queen Shabbat in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as always, family. Let's continue.
Including one school which allegedly stole over 36,000 fake degrees, sold, I should say. It cost as little as $1,400 for one of those. And while these are supposed to be high-skilled employees, during almost all of Biden's time in office, 83% got junior or entry-level positions. And now Texas is taking action, cracking down on those abusing the...
Shout out to my brother Masa Musa. He said the Tandoori meatball ones, right? Yes, the Tandoori meatballs. Shout out to you, my brother. God dang. Shout out to Zavon. FBA has a true poker hand. You are absolutely correct, family. A royal flush. If I ain't never seen a royal flush. Family, all this is doing is making sure we all come to the same conclusions, whether we all wanted to or not. You know, more and more people are waking up and more people are seeing it the way we're seeing it, especially who the Democrat Party calls their number one base, which is black people. But, you know, they like to segregate it and say, you know, black women. But black women are also at this point in time saying, yeah, y'all not doing too well on our side either. Let's go here.
TSA began routinely sharing traveler information and flight manifests, passenger records with ICE. Remember, we talked about it every day, every hour. ICE was cross-referencing those names against individuals with final removal orders, overstayed visas, and immigration violations, even without criminal record. And so now we have this at the airports. No more home. Well, they still do probably the home raids, but you know, this is like a major thing right now that they've been doing. These are illegals. If they book a flight, TSA checks it. Ching ching, bada bing. You out of here.
And you know, exactly. You know, it also speaks to, and particularly the Fatima type people who have the resources. She certainly has people at Johns Hopkins where she works that are able to help her. It also speaks to their arrogance and their disdain or their ingratitude about our country, that they really believe that they can just come and go, you know, as they wish, as they want to, when they want to, and they'll do whatever they want because they are, you know, they're important. She's a Johns Hopkins researcher or whatever her position is. So it's this mindset that, oh, I am above the American system, that, you know, that I'm here working under earning from. I don't care about what their laws are. I don't care about renewing my visa. I am so important, and I'm not even an American, not even born here, but I'm going to do what I want to do as I want, when I want, and they're going to have to just eat it. That's the kind of mindset that many of these people have too. So I can even go to the airport and fly. I can fly home and back without my visa, without it being renewed. That's how I can just come and go. That's how our borders and what's happening with this this prolific immigration has allowed to happen to our country. And this is part of the mindset.
I think it's important though to remember that Salazar, the representative from Southern Florida, who had the quote unquote the Dignity Act, which is basically amnesty for illegals living in the country. One of the points that she made that I found very interesting is she's like, you know, now you can go home and bury your mother, and not just for like family reunions, right? She was, you know, saying the quiet part out loud. They fly home all the time. You know, they have Maryland driver's licenses, right? And it looks like a Maryland driver's license. It's a real ID, but it says across the top, not for federal identification, right? So
shout out to my sisters in the chat. Y'all calling it out, said these aren't black women. That's that lady that was talking cash shit about the lineage in a previous video. And I do remember that, family. And I brought you this clip because, like I said, they're sounding more like us. They're moving away from the Democrat talking points about these illegals and these people with TPS and all this other stuff. And they're quite literally trying to make it sound like, and this is what they've been doing with freaking Roly Poly Martin, freaking Joyless Reed, Angela Cry and all these folks. They're switching their tunes. Even the most, like I said, these are shills. These are Democrat shills. Still saying and talking like they're talking like us. Shout out to my sister. You are absolutely correct. Let's continue.
You can't use it to get back in the country, but you can use something else to get back into the country. People travel back and forth all of the time. And this was genius on their part to use the TSA to actually scope. There were actually a couple of cases, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, on cruise ships. They were trying to get on to the cruise ship because you still have immigration, you still have customs and border enforcement, all of that when you're getting on a cruise ship. And they were catching all kinds of people. They had 2 people with murder warrants. I mean, you know, the criminal element loves a nice vacation too, but they were pulling people over to the side like, we need to talk to you over here, come over here, go into this private room. And I think this is probably one of the big gaps that we didn't really think of. You know, we were thinking, let's catch them at home, let's catch them at work, let's catch them, you know, taking them to school. But catching them traveling has been a very, very good thing. Very good thing.
Reports indicate ICE recorded its biggest arrest month in history last month, with roughly 51,000 immigrant arrests, an average of about 1,600 arrests per day. This broke the previous record set just 1 month earlier in June with 43,000 arrests, marking back-to-back record-breaking months, folks. They are not playing around, okay?
All right, so I wanted to show you that, and I want to make this very clear too. With all this going on, with all that's being talked about, these shills, everything, no one's speaking up in the proper interest, especially for us. So going back to Reverend Al Bobblehead, when he's talking about if you want justice for Nolan, we got to make sure that we get that vote in November 3rd so that in January, Hakeem Jeffries can be the leader and call for an investigation. These things that are happening tangibly, you know, it's a byproduct. We're not supposed to, it's not for us, but it's a byproduct. These folks are still refusing to pick up what we need, even though they need us. And they're hearing the same things that we're hearing. Everything that I just played here for you today, family, they know it. They hear it. And they know god dang well that once Hakeem Jeffries, let's say Hakeem becomes the Speaker of the House, who's to say they wouldn't do the exact same thing they did with George Floyd? Use that man's death to get the House, the Senate, and the presidency. All to turn around and do nothing. Gave our hate crime bill to the Asians. Gave funding to any and everybody who fell under the jurisdiction thereof, legally or illegally. And when I say legally, I'm not talking about people like us. I'm talking about like the Ukrainians who was brought over here as refugees. The Afghanis who was brought over here as refugees. The people who was brought in the depth of the night by airplane and given TPS. So none of us are enticed whatsoever when you hear Al Bobblehead. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a bobblehead? Tootsie roll. That's what Al looks like. He looks like a stick with a Tootsie Roll pop on top of it. So when he's trying to convince us to go to the polls, it's the same thing that I feel when it's anybody else trying to convince us to go to the polls, whether this is a situation of tragic proportion or not. They need you at the polls. They need you at the polls. Yeah, Massa moves. Pause. All right. Oh man, hold on. Let me play it.
That was crazy.
For sure.
I don't even know what to say.
Shout out to you. Family, they need us. They're not doing so well. So they're taking every situation that they can to try to convince you to get out there for them. I played on my broadcast a few weeks ago, Tallarico, and him begging for $5 to then start begging for $1. Well, let me show you what Tallarico is saying now. Let's go here.
We've seen a dramatic slowdown in our fundraising. So I'm reaching out to humbly ask you to make a donation to our people-powered movement today. We have two ways to get back on track to our fundraising goal. We either need a lot more individual donations, or we need those who've given before to donate a larger amount than their last contribution. I wish I didn't have to make that ask, but we need the resources to take on the mega donors and their puppet politicians who want to defeat this movement. Please click the link below to contribute today.
What puppet politicians?
A dramatic slowdown in
Tallarico, you're a puppet politician. I thought you were spending $25 million on black voter outreach, Tallarico. But every time I turn around, you're begging. Is this why people are saying we should run to the polls? This is the guy we're supposed to be running to the polls for? Yeah. I think not. I think not. I agree. I agree. A very weird, awkward guy. This is the weirdo that they want you running to the polls for. These are the kind of people that they want you to run to the polls for. People that can't even answer a direct question when it comes down to reparations and the hate crime bill. He goes from saying he's going to spend $25 million to begging for $5 to $1, and now just anything you can give. You got 2 pennies in your pocket, send it on over here. This is the power of you. He says he's powered by the people, and it shows because the people aren't giving him power. Notice that he says we have 2 pathways to get back on track for our funding, which means they was knocked off track of the funding. Who do you think knocked him off his funding path? It was you. It was me. It was us. It was we. The lady, she said, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a she. In the Democratic Party, neither would I. Neither would I. And I would be honest to God with you. If I found out that Tallarico was a woman, I would say, you know what? That man look clean though. That man, that is the cleanest man that I've seen in the Democratic Party. At least that man is a man who looks like a man who was born a woman. Transformer all you want, you know. Oh dear God. Yeah, man. I could see that as well. Shout out Miss TT. Y'all know damn well. Dude look like a lady. Oh man. Family, we're not allowing ourselves to be used for anybody. And you're not going to be able to use any situation regardless of what the situation may have you. It could be a tragedy. It could be a good situation. But none of those situations is taken away from our interest. Yes, we are very much so looking to get what's owed to us. But we won't be used by anybody in order for them to get what they want while declining to give us what we need. I want to go here real quick.
We think that when we elect a black person, we have an ally because they're black. Neocolonialism, which is what has occurred in Africa and across the world, is a system where you have a black person in a position of power who is controlled by white people elsewhere. They don't even have to be in the same country. And they will assist that black person in maintaining power as long as they, the white person, can control the means of production and the vast wealth of that country and or county and or city. Far too often here in the United States, we have a form of neocolonialism. I call it corporate colonialism because now corporations have entered the political game and they understand that they can buy off a politician and control communities. That politician, for his own selfish interest, will allow and pass legislation that allows the displacement of vast majorities of his own people.
More and more of us are coming out saying what it is, and we're divorcing from parties. More and more. Because what we're realizing is many of the times we get these people into office and they can't even get into the room when there is an issue. They're put out of the room even if we put them in positions of power. Even when it's your so-called first black president, Barack Obama. I want you to listen to what Barack Obama's one of his staffers told Angela Cry about how they had to fight to get in the rooms when it had to do with foundational Black Americans. Let's go here.
Mm-hmm. And the argument was when Jay Inslee was governor, Black folks were getting 0.001% of the contracts in Washington State. Progressive governor, Democratic Party. What is the excuse? So what are you hearing are the excuses, sis, inside the party?
Well, I mean, I think we have to challenge the party and crank up the heat to get the excuse or whatever I would say the explanation for why there's not a more robust investment. I mean, I think it gets back to the point we've been trying to make since 2024, which is you have to trust Black people with Black people. Yeah. I mean, I've worked in the Black White House and, you know, when Michael Brown was dying and there was an entire meeting about what we should do to.
Pay attention, family. When Mike Brown was unalived, they had a meeting on what they should be doing. And the Black folks wasn't invited into the meeting.
Black people with Black people.
Yeah.
I mean, I've worked in the Black White House, and when Michael Brown was dying, and there was an entire meeting about what we should do to address the death of Black men at the hands of police officers, and Black staff had to fight to get into that actual meeting to weigh in on actual issues that relate to our community. And so I think that is really the larger problem, which is that we're not brought to the table to share in the power and the resources of this particular party that rides on our back. Why that is I've not seen an explanation to that. I mean, I have my own thoughts. I think it is, I think it's a bit of greed. I think it's a bit of people lining their pockets. I think it's a bit of disrespect. I think it's a bit of disregard for Black people. But I also think the other thing is that Black people are the smartest, biggest investment when you think about it. So if you invest $1 in the Black community,
First of all, always.
Yes, we're gonna have it's gonna multiply 5 times.
Shout out to Black Spider, the spooks that couldn't sit by the door. Absolutely, my sister. And that's what we're seeing. What's the point of getting you folks in there and y'all can't do nothing for us and you refuse to? What's the point? And they put on this show as if it's important for Black folks. Y'all got to invest in Black folk. Y'all got to invest in Black folk, as if investing in Black people who work for the boule is investing in Black folk. It is not. That is lining the pockets of the people who work for you. So even when this woman, and what's her name? Ashley. Excuse me. When Ashley here is sitting there talking about the best bet to invest in is the Black community, she's not talking about bringing funding to the Black community. So when she says each dollar that's invested into the Black community turns over 5 times, she's not talking about our community. She's talking about the Democratic Party putting money in the pockets of these shills, and these shills go and put some money into the other pockets of other shills, and so on and so on. Let's be very clear. Angelic says she ain't Black, so of course not. Absolutely. But we got to make sure everybody understands when they're talking about the Black community, they're talking about their Black correspondents. When they're talking about the Black community, they're talking about their Black political analysts. When they're talking about the Black communities, they're talking about their Black street teams. They are not talking about the Black community. Because none of that money ever reached us. It never trickles down to us. In the same way, the $25 million that Talarico was talking about spending on Black voter outreach does not trickle down to us. It doesn't hit that mom and pop store on the corner who's trying to struggle to fight to stay open. It doesn't hit the elementary schools that are struggling to get school supplies and books for the students. It doesn't hit our youth centers, our elderly centers to help with equipment to keep our children and elderlies healthy and moving around. Not one iota reaches our communities. So when these people are talking about Black communities, just know they're not talking about you. In the very same way when they was arguing back and forth where they wanted to have the DNC first conference or whatever. People under the DSA wanted it somewhere else that was more DSA heavy, and people who are your bootlicks like Clyburn wanted it to be in South Carolina, and they were going back and forth. They were going head to head. Ultimately, the Democratic Party decided to do it in in South Carolina, because they want to utilize Clyburn once again and his fish fries in that district that he was able to hold on to by doing backroom deals. I'm with you, my sister. These people are completely predictable, because all they do is use the same plays. They just switch who they're using it on and how they use it. Shout out to MyTube. Thank you for your comment and thank you for being here. They take 10 million from our schools to give to white schools. You're absolutely right. 10 million is a conservative number too. That's a conservative number. If we look at all the funds that was taken away from the black community and black schools more specifically in order to give over to the white community and their schools, it's going to be in the billions, if not trillions. I want to go here because they're out here trying to convince you, or trying to put a narrative out that's going to convince you that everything that the Democrats is doing is for black people, and it's not. Because like I said, we still ain't heard nobody mention a hate crime bill, and we just went through all those situations. And we're still going through other situations that I hadn't even put into this broadcast here today. But let's go here. I want to show you some of the propaganda. Hold up.
News. A Democratic National Committee panel just recommended South Carolina. Breaking news. A Democratic National Committee panel just recommended South Carolina as the first presidential primary state in 2028. And some progressives are furious. But let me tell you why this argument feels familiar. In 2016, I served as Bernie Sanders' National Black Outreach Director. I said then that Bernie had a black problem. Not because his economic message was bad, it was powerful. But too many people around that movement treated black voters like an obstacle instead of a constituency they had to understand, respect, organize, and earn. And
now you hear what he's saying. The reason is Bernie had a black problem, and he used to work for Bernie. But he did not mention that Bernie had a black problem because he told black people that reparations was divisive. It wasn't feasible. Every time it's brought up, Bernie Sanders talks about it with disdain. But you didn't hear him say that, did you? Let's continue.
And 11 years later, parts of the progressive left still have that same problem. Y'all will fight for Medicare for all, free college, higher wages, housing, labor rights, all good. But when the conversation becomes specifically about black people, the energy changes. Reparations make people uncomfortable. Police accountability gets watered down. Black maternal mortality becomes a panel discussion instead of an emergency. The racial wealth gap gets mentioned, but rarely with a serious plan to repair the policies that created it. Here's the history lesson. Jesse Jackson was advancing a broad, multiracial, working class agenda decades before Bernie. Universal health care, higher wages, taxing corporations, economic justice. The blueprint was already there. But Jackson understood something parts of the modern left still avoid. Universal policies do not automatically repair targeted harm. So what does that have to do with South Carolina going first? Everything. Some progressives resent South Carolina because black voters there do not automatically choose progressive candidates. But instead of asking why, they call those voters establishment, conservative, uninformed, or bought off. No, you just did not do the work. You did not build relationships in Black communities. You did not invest across the South. You did not stay after the cameras left. You decided the region was unwinnable, then blamed the voters you abandoned. And let's be honest, if some
family, everything that this man is saying, can it be said that the Democratic Party has the same truth? It's not just the progressives. It's not just Bernie Sanders. But everything that this man just mentioned is true of the Democratic Party as a whole. As a whole. Continue.
white progressives believe they could win national power without Black voters, they absolutely would try. Not everybody, but enough of them. Look at the leadership. Look at the funders. Look at who gets hired, protected, promoted, and heard. Too many progressive institutions remain overwhelmingly white while claiming to speak for the entire working class.
Translation. When they won't let Black people be in the high areas and high positions in these parties, either in the progressive state. When we're not being put on the front lines and we're not getting paid the way these white Nabiscos are being paid. When I hope that interpretation was to your liking. Let's continue.
I say this as a progressive. I support much of the agenda, but solidarity cannot mean Black people show up for everybody else's priorities while ours remain optional. So yes, campaign in South Carolina, organize Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Put real resources behind voting rights, police accountability, Black maternal health, closing the racial wealth gap, environmental racism, and yes, reparations. Stop being allergic to Black issues unless they can be.
Now, family, notice all of the things that he lists, and last he lists reparations. Reparations should have been listed first when speaking about the foundational Black American community. You need to put real resources behind reparations, a hate crime bill, and transformative policies for foundational Black Americans. You see how easy that was? You see how easy I said that without making it seem like there's other agendas involved? No, you want the Black vote? You want foundational Black Americans to go and vote for you for anything. I don't give a damn if it's a trash collector, damn it. If you're coming to us talking about a vote, you better be coming to us telling us what you're going to do for our vote. And reparations is at the top of the list. A hate crime bill is at the top of the list. Where are those transformative policies? Before you do anything for anybody else. I'm not talking about socialist programs for all while we are still old. Hell no. You're going to pay what you owe, and then you can do whatever the hell else you want to do after that. But don't come to me with no damn socialist programs or talking about socialism while trying to step over the interests of our people. The redress must be targeted. That means the people who went through the harm must be targeted to get redressed. And who are those people? Foundational Black Americans. Damn all your third-party policies. Damn all your progressive policies. None of that shit matters to me. None of that shit matters to our community. You come with what's owed to us before you go with any other policy for anybody else. All shit done here. It is that simple. And we're going to get into somebody who loves pushing them third parties. Let's go here. Let me finish right here.
Repackaged as something universal. I say this with love. Do the damn work. If you're feeling my content, like, share, follow, and
yeah, do the damn work, but that goes for everybody in the Democratic Party. Do the damn work. Let's go here because I want you all to see what's going on here. Okay. Let me pull this down for a second. Because while I'm speaking about the third party, we got to talk about how the Democratic Party is trying to normalize the DSA and make it seem like, well, if you call them communist, that's a Trump talking point, even though they're calling themselves communists. And so they're sending out more and more people in the DNC to support the communists, the DSA, Democratic Socialists of Americas. And then you have a bunch of folks who are out here trying to quite literally act like it is a phenomenal thing. And there's somebody that we have to address who is a third party voter, who's being very vocal about the DSA. And in turn, she's been very vocal about our reparations as well. So I want to go here. First thing we got to do is show the rest of the party basically saying, hey, we got to get on code. So let's go here. Let's start out with Hillary Clinton.
You're not going to convince Republican voters in Michigan. And the real fight will be how do we make sure that people who voted for Haley feel comfortable voting for Abdul El Sayed, and how do we get independents to feel comfortable? And you can see that it's not just about Michigan, but the Republican messaging is communist, socialist. It's going to be a very effective attack. And so people on the left have to be prepared to answer that and to be effective at answering it.
Do you think communist is an effective attack in 2026?
Well, all I know is that's the attack that Trump is leading with. And I assume they've tested it. And I assume that they have reason to believe that it's effective, or they wouldn't be beating the drum on it, because now it's not just him. Vance has done it. Others are doing it. They are trying to, bring back scare tactics about our candidates. And it didn't work in New York. Mamdani was elected and there was a lot of money spent against him. When you have an effective candidate on the left, it still is going to be a close race on our side.
All right. So that's her. That was Hillary. Let's go with over here to Gavin Newsom.
Capitalism as we know it, not going to work. As we know it, it doesn't.
Capitalism as we know it is not going to work. Said by somebody who sat over a state where billions of dollars just disappeared. And all of a sudden, you're building a house in San Francisco. I digress. Let's go back. Matter of fact, there we go. Let's put on the closed captions.
Capitalism as we know it, not going to work. As we know it, it doesn't. 20 states still pay $7.25 a minimum wage. We printed that first trillionaire. I was with college Democrats yesterday. It was interesting. Two of them said that, of all things. They said there's physiological.
Shout out to our sister Aquarius. She said, I see Trump didn't lock her up. Once again, shout out to our sister Angelic, who said it. She said it. He's more bark than bite. And that's why I'm still waiting on her to get locked up. Shout out to Aquarius Minded. And shout out to our sister Key Prince in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister. Shalom, and thank you for being here. Let's continue.
For them. Wasn't even, these are young people that felt something about that. And the way, it was interesting, the one young lady, I said, she described it so vividly in those terms. It was alarming to me. Because she just feels like she's locked out of all of that. And so again, I think our party needs to call that out. Concentration, we need to call that out. Capitalism as we know it, not gonna work.
All right, let's go here.
Abdul is as American as any other name in this country. It's one of the strongest American names that you can have. Again, my name is Abdullah Hamoud. Thank God I am not on the ballot, but I hope you all come out and make sure that you vote in the next 4 days. Now put your hands together and help me welcome one of the newest Congress members headed to DC to hold it down, Dr. Adam Hamawi. Abdul is as American as...
Abdul is as an American. Okay. All right. Let's go here.
When she's in town, I love it. We try to stay cool and not get in trouble because you all know sometimes I need that strength. I will sit down next. I see you. I sit down next to her and I think I'll be calm. And that doesn't happen, as you see in the State of Union speeches. It gets a little crazy when Ilhan Omar and I are next to each other. But I'll tell you, I will sit next to this woman anytime, any day. The strength that oozes from her and what she has to deal with in Congress, what she has to deal with society. I don't know how she continues to do it.
Nigga, please.
It's a lot of Democratic circle jerking going on here. A lot of DNC circle jerk. Hold up. Kamala had to throw in her little endorsement as well. Let's go here.
Recent reports also claim that Kamala held a private call with New York City's socialist radical mayor, Zohran Mamdani. And just within a week, she is upping the ante, officially endorsing Abdul El-Sayed, writing, "I proudly stand with him to ensure we win a Democratic Senate majority in November." As they say, desperate times call for desperate endorsements. Governor Gavin Newsom immediately endorsed El-Sayed as soon as he was declared the winner. Now, just days later, Newsom is reportedly preparing to take a trip to Michigan to campaign for El-Sayed. Many are speculating the reason for Newsom's rush to support the far-left radical. Mitchelson, a political science professor, suggests that the California governor choosing to go to Michigan right when El-Sayed won this primary signals to me that he's trying to make himself part of that story. He wants to help El-Sayed win the Senate race and get credit for helping El-Sayed win the race. Is Gavin Newsom's and Kamala Harris's strategy going to work? Shlott.
Look, it works if they want to become the nominee because the Democratic Party is full on socialist. And I know it's a big word, but they're at least jihadi friendly. They don't have a problem with campaigning with people who say America deserved 9/11. They don't have a problem campaigning with people who basically say, I don't hate the Jews. I just want to take Israel off the map. So this is where the Democratic Party is. And I hope Jewish voters are paying attention.
Speaking of which, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, he personally called El-Sayed and offered his full support. I mean, this is...
So, family, they're getting behind the DSA. All of the Democrats are getting behind the DSA. And I want to say this. They're sending out their little shields, their little paid shields. Remember, and I'll discuss this on my next broadcast as well, that Democratic Party, the Republican Party, they pay influencers to act like they're excited, or they pay influencers to be outraged. They pay influencers and give them a script. And this person right here, this racially ambiguous woman right here, came out and basically put on the cape for the Democrat socialists. And when I called her out, and told her and told everybody who saw this that this is how the Democrats work. The Democrats work. They send out some racially ambiguous woman to try and act as if she's black And she's so excited for what's happening in the Democratic Party. This is how much you got folks crashing out, folks. All it takes is for you to sit back, kick your feet up, and say, screw both of you guys. But I want you to listen to this woman, and you tell me, is she a foundational? Or is she just what I said, a racially ambiguous shield?
In America, I'm here for it. Mondami and the Muslims running the show. Oh, I'm here.
I'm going to restart that so I can get it from the beginning, family.
As socialists in America, I'm here for it. Democrat socialists in America, I'm here for it. Mondami and the Muslims running the show. Oh, I'm here for it. How about them Dems, okay? How about them Dems? Now, you know, I changed my D to an I a long time ago. So now they going in the Democrat socialist type of direction. I'm listening. Don't be trying to give me hope out here in these streets. Don't be trying to prove me wrong. Don't be telling me that we can vote our way out of this. Can we? Let's go.
Shout out to Aquarius Minded. That's the actress chick. She's Blasian. Oh, okay. Well, racially ambiguous. Thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that you told me that she's an actress, because I didn't know she was an actress. But now that I know, this even more proves my theory and prove what I've been saying when I said that the Democrats are paying these people to come out to pretend like they're so excited. But foundational Black Americans, if you listen to some of the things these people were saying and some of the people that is being campaigned with, like Hassan Pike. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's just go here. Let's just go here. And B1 salute and shalom to our brother Devon Scott. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Thanks. Excuse me. For the church whom brings the truth. Thank you very much, my warrior brother, and I appreciate you as always, family. Yes, Rainbow Blasian. So she's a rainbow and she's Blasian. So that's okay. All right. 2 different doors open there for them folks. Shout out to Faith Speaks Life. Thank you for your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, family. I want to play for you the guy who's going around with that Abdul fella. Here's Hassan Pike. And this is how he speaks about foundational Black Americans and our interest in this country that our ancestors built.
About, oh, Black people care about this, Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works. Oh, well, Hassan, how dare you? Like it or not, Black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance. Any other Black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock. Yes, dude, it's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm racist, dude. Go back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what I like as a Black man. Are you always doing too much with Black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but relax. Man, shut the up, okay? God damn. You got me, okay? You got me because I'm a racist person.
Hey guys, just Latina favorite.
Nah, I don't need to hear your commentary because you're tethered too. But I'm going to run that back once again.
About, oh, Black people care about this, Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works. Oh, well, Hassan, how dare you? Like it or not, Black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance. Any other Black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock. Yes, dude, it's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm racist, dude. Go back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what I like as a Black man. Are you always doing too much with Black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but relax. Man, shut the up, okay? God damn. You got me, okay? You got me because I'm a racist person.
And these are the people who are palling around in the Democratic Party that the Democrats want us to go to the polls and vote for. I told you, These folks are anti-foundational. All of them. All of them are anti-foundational. And yet the Democrats don't say anything about it because, you know, they don't want to mess up this big old tent that they have. But then they will send people out like Bobblehead Sharpton to sit there and tell us that if we want justice for Nolan Wells, you got to go to the polls in November and make sure that the Democrats take the House back in January. Shout out to Masa Musa Church. I low-key want to hear her goof ass defend this meatball. Oh, she's not going to defend him. She's going to basically talk shit to us and say, what the hell is wrong with us for even thinking about going to support the Democratic Party when people like this is running within it? Yeah, she's a Republican shill. But since you want to hear it, family, I can oblige you. I can oblige you. Let's go.
Hey guys, it's Latina, your favorite community advocate, and this is why I tell the Black community to stop supporting these foreigners. Look at this guy's video. I just shared it with you. Okay, Hassan Piker, shaped like a doorway. Look how he did.
Now, mind you, family, she's a foreigner herself. She's Jamaican. Just want to make sure y'all know that. She is Jamaican.
Disgraces the Black community. Look how he talks about us on his live stream. Didn't I tell the Black community, stop standing with these far white lefty liberals and stop standing with these radical Islamic groups? Look how they speak about us.
He's not speaking about us. He's speaking about foundational Black Americans because you wouldn't be included in us. She damn sure keep trying it, ain't she? The first us I let slip on by. I said, okay, let's see how many times she does it. The second time, yeah, no. Yeah, no. We're not going to allow that. Continue.
Okay, let this be a lesson for you all. Remember this in the upcoming midterms. Okay, DSA is like the new Nazi party. Let's keep it real. All right, the Red and Green Alliance is the new Nazi party. They don't rock with Black people. That guy is telling you how he feels. A foreigner, a foreigner.
Oh, yeah, you're a foreigner too. A foreigner? A foreigner? No intrigue. I'm not trying to piss you off, but these next couple of clips might just. Because the third party vixen herself, Brianna, she went on Bernie Sanders. She went on Piers Morgan trying to defend the DSA. And this is how this went. Let's go here. And family, if you remember, I once found this woman to be a very attractive woman, a very beautiful woman. And then she opens her mouth. And all that goes to the wayside. Let's go.
It's very interesting, your interpretation of what defund means. As Joe Walsh rightly says, the actual interpretation of defund the police or defund the Pentagon or whatever it may be is you get rid of that institution and you replace it with something else. What you're talking about? Wait a minute. So I'm asking you whether you mean a decrease in the amount that you fund these organizations with, or do you believe in abolishing them? Would you abolish the police? Would you abolish the Pentagon? Would you abolish prisons? Yes, no, yes, no, yes,
If you want to let me, Brianna, enjoy great things, you can come on my show and we can debate my views at length. But I think what the viewers want to know is
answer my questions. That's why you're here.
No, why we're here is
that's why you're here.
DSA candidates and people who are running for office, not one 40-year-old woman sitting in her apartment in Washington, D.C. So if you want to talk about what the movements to defund the Pentagon are about.
Can you answer my questions, please?
Wait, it's about asking the question of whether or not we should continuously increase funding an unprecedentedly high military budget
it's not.
year after
That's
year
not what
to
defund
an
means.
institution that literally fails its audits and can't even account for where the money is going.
Brianna, defund means no money for,
should be
period.
funded more. I'm sorry,
no
Joe?
money for.
Defund means you abolish it.
No,
Would
those
you
are two different
let me
words.
try
It's
one
very
more
interesting,
time.
Piers, that you
Let me
use two
try.
different words
Let me
there.
try one more time. Let me try one more time, given you don't know what defund actually means.
Oh, I know what
right?
defund
Because
means a
we've just
lot better
checked
than you do, Piers, as evidenced by the fact that you chose to pivot to abolish, because you can discern a distinct difference between those two terms. Defunding, just like when Republicans said they want to defund the Department of Education, they want to defund things day and night. The whole point of DOGE was to defund the national government. And again, I don't see all the hand-wringing about that. The Pentagon, no one here can answer the direct question of whether or not they believe the Pentagon, which has an unprecedentedly large budget that cannot pass an audit for 8-9 years in a row, should get increased funding.
Let me try.
Do you think that's the case, Joe?
Okay, Brianna, Brianna, once again, it's my show, so I do the questions and then you answer them, or you choose not to. I'm just going to repeat again, whatever your interpretation of defund is, and you clearly have a different one to mine and Joe's. Okay,
mine is the
let's
English
park that
dictionary.
debate for one moment. But, well, it actually means to stop providing money, or it can.
Shout out to Nene. Bree does not care about black people. Sounds like George Bush, but guess what? You are not telling a fabrication, because the last segment that we're going through right now, I'm going to actually show you, because she tries to quite literally throw away our reparations in order to get social programs for everybody else. She's one of those open the doors for everybody who's black to get reparations. I'm not having it, but we're going to get there. Let's go here. Let's continue.
Mean to reduce the amount of money, so it depends what
Absolutely, it can.
interpretation.
I'm glad you've
you mean.
acknowledged that now, Piers.
But as you know, in the general debate about this, it's been accepted that when people have said defund, they mean abolish. So let me just clarify with you what you personally believe. Would you, in your utopia world, would you abolish the Pentagon, abolish the police, and abolish prisons? Yes or no?
Here's as well that you talk about the general debate about this when you're the one hosting the debate and
Answer
creating
the
the ambiguity by
questions.
posing questions
Answer
exactly
the
like
questions.
that. Defund means
Brianna,
decrease
would
funding
you
for.
abolish those
Abolish means get rid of
institutions?
entirely. That is a clear answer to your
Yes.
question. Defund means decrease funding
Would
for.
you?
Abolish means abolish entirely. Period.
I'm asking you if you would abolish them. Would you
Why
abolish
do you
them?
care what I personally, Brianna Joy Gray, I know why you care.
Because you're a
actually,
guest
Piers.
on my show.
No, because you want to make this a conversation about whatever. I am to the left, way to
I
the
just
left. of
want to know
DSA,
what
to be
you
fair.
think. Why is this so difficult? This is
This is not a
excruciating.
referendum on me. This is a referendum on the actual DSA and the candidates. And you
Brianna. Shout out to our sister Angelic. I didn't even notice that was Marianne Williamson. You are absolutely goddamn correct. You are absolutely, that is Mary. Life has not been kind to this woman whatsoever. She tried to change the hair color. It ain't helped that out at all. Lord have mercy. Shout out to Angelic. I did not even notice that was that broad. It absolutely is. Oh man.
Brianna, you were invited as a guest onto a panel to debate the future of the Democratic Party in light of the
Right.
rise of the Democratic
So let's
Socialists.
debate that
So
and not
I'm
my
asking
personal
you.
beliefs.
Wait a
Do we
minute,
wanna talk about the
Brianna.
Democratic Party
So
and
I'm
the
asking
DSA
you.
and the candidates that are running under those
Given that the
banners?
Democratic, given that I'm going to keep talking over you if you keep talking. Given that the Democratic Socialist
Right back
candidates
at you.
espouse a philosophy where they want to abolish all these institutions. I'm just asking you, Brianna, whether you personally would like to abolish the Pentagon, the police, and prisons. Yes or no?
I, Brianna, think it's Brianna with a ah sound. Think it's absolutely unconscionable that you can say a kind of mealy mouth. Yeah, I think it was really
Yes
bad
or
that ICE
no?
murdered American citizens in the street, but want to make this a
Yes or
referendum
no?
of whether I, one socialist,
Yes
happen
or
to
no?
believe in abolishing those programs. To me, the
Yes,
answer
she
is
ain't
yes.
gonna do it.
The
Yes or
absolute
no?
long-term goal. I just answered the question.
Yes or
One
no?
second. The long-term.
Yes
to me,
or no?
The answer is affirmatively yes.
Yes or no,
I
Brianna?
personally, absolutely, me, Brianna Joy Gray, since the world is clamoring for my one woman's opinion, absolutely
Yes.
do believe in abolish the police.
Why the hell is she my woman? I said that I found her to be attractive until she opened her mouth. Now you just gonna throw her on me? Damn, that's some messed up stuff. God dang it. Damn you, Intrigue. Damn you. She said, get your woman. She's yapping. My goodness. And ain't yapping about nothing. But I gotta show you this before I show you the next couple of clips. I promise you it's worth it. She's just gonna throw me all up under the bus. Let's continue.
Abolish the Senate, abolish the Pentagon. I do not think the American war machine, which has caused unfathomable horrors across the globe for the entirety of all of our living memory, should persist.
Got it.
I
We've
think
got that.
absolutely the Pentagon
We
is
got
a
it.
force
We
for
got our
evil in the
answer,
world.
Pierce.
I think the police.
We got it.
as
We
an
got it.
extension
We
of the
got you on the
parcel
record.
slave coming out
That's
of
a wrap.
slavery,
That's a
We
wrap.
got
has
it. We
not
got it.
done anything
Brianna.
to solve crime
Brianna.
and bring
It's a
public
wrap.
safety to the
It's a
United
wrap.
States of
It's a
America.
wrap. Brianna, it's okay. Sorry, Brianna, just to be clear, you've agreed you would abolish the.
Yes,
the-
abolish it all.
Wait a minute, Brianna. Please stop talking. You would abolish the Pentagon and the police. You say, what about prisons? Would you abolish prisons?
Oh, they're first on the list. Just like
Yes.
the DSA, Megan Romer
Great,
said.
great,
the
okay.
long-term
Let me go
goals-
to
No, let me
Oliver.
be
Great, no,
clear,
it's
Pierce.
all right. We're
No,
done.
let me be clear.
All right, so that's her making a fool out of herself on Piers Morgan for this DSA stuff, this socialism stuff. I want you to see how lit up she gets when she's sitting there speaking to the DSA. Let's go here.
Democratic centralism is one of those kind of like scary words people hear and they're like, oh, like Stalin, and you're like, okay, all right. It actually means something and it has this greater historical context, and it just means.
Can you unpack it? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it means we make a decision democratically and then we do the thing. Like that's all it means. It just means like we decided to all do this campaign and we're all showing up for the campaign. You know, I voted no on endorsing XYZ and I'm still going to show up and knock some doors. That's all it means. It's not like, I think, yeah, I don't. People have developed these boogeymen around their everything on the left. So figuring out.
I want you to notice while this woman is speaking, how much Brianna smiles and she's ear to ear with everything these people are saying. Because I'm gonna show you something in comparison. Tia, you ain't right. Churches boo. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me. Let's continue.
What that discipline to the organization and the idea of like, I have discipline to the organization, not the organization is going to discipline me. You know, the organization is not going to show up and slap my wrist. That's silly. But I think by drawing some lines and by saying like, this is really what we believe in, it's not negotiable. I think we did that for the first time with the Palestine resolution at last summer's convention. I think we will probably continue to see that, but maybe not. You know, it's a democratic organization. People could outvote me, and that is a thing that could happen. So this is we're gonna enter dialectics land, right? So part of
notice every other second, Brianna's just sitting here cheesing, putting a big old Kool-Aid smile on her face. I want y'all to take note to this.
This idea of democratic centralism or of making decisions together and choosing it means, yeah, you got to be in the clique. Like that's part of the deal. You have to have been bought into this party system. So we're working through this tension of getting toward where we are more party-like and where we are making decisions collectively. That is a tension that's going to keep coming up, and that's a contradiction that we have to figure out how to work through for sure. The idea of partyism, right? It's the idea of trying to pull ourselves into functioning more like a party. And when I say a party, I don't mean in the Democrat-Republican sense. I mean like in the European sense or in the Latin American sense, where a party is this group of people who work together to develop this platform, and everybody defends the platform, and you're working together on this set of policies, and you kind of are moving in tandem. And I think we're working on pulling that in. And again, like, yeah, it's landing. There are a bunch of contradictory things that shake out of that. But I think cliquishness and democratic centralism are really kind of two main ways to
say. Damon, I'm so sick and tired of you. He said, nah, that's church's chickens. Oh my God, that just hit me hard. Oh man. Oh, my sister. What's happening here, and I think that this is why, it's because I sped it up 0.25 because I don't want to get hit with a strike, or I don't want Puke to interrupt my broadcast like they did the last time. Well, 2 broadcasts ago. So that's why I make sure to speed some things up. I apologize if it's a little too quickly, but this is more about seeing how her body language is when speaking to these DSA socialists compared to when she's speaking about foundational Black Americans. He said that's church chicken. Damn you. Damn you, Damon.
Say what we want, which is people buying into this program.
I'm with you and have been desperate for the DSA to act like a party.
But also, you know, we're not an organization that requires sort of a democratic centralist line. It is a different kind of organization than like a truly kind of partyist organization where it's like, this is the thing we believe. I think we're moving more toward that partyist model, but we're not there yet for sure.
There's a get hit with a breathe thigh leg. Hey, you know what? I would be pissed off because I said that she's attractive. I never said that she's thick, and I'm a thickum type of person. I like a woman with some real meat on her. You know what I'm saying? I like never mind what I like though. I'm just saying. the foreign palooza on tonight's stream, church. They're trying hard. Yeah, they are. Now, I want y'all to see how much she's been smiling. I'm focused, Miss D. I'm focused. Oh, I love you all. Your Highness, shout out to you, Kermit and Miss Picky. Oh, okay. Let's continue. Church got a little freak in them. Nah. Church got all the freak in them. You know what I mean? That's why I can't just be out dealing with any old woman. I need my one woman. I got to make sure that she's straight, I'm straight, and then we can get married and we can be freaks together. You know what I mean? Outside of that, you know, I gotta protect the freakiness. You know what I mean? But you saw how many times this woman was smiling from ear to ear. She was on it almost every other second. Almost every other second she was smiling from ear to ear. Yeah, please don't encourage me. Now, let's switch it up. Let's show how she looks and her body language is when she's speaking about reparations. So she had Yvette Carnell on her broadcast to speak about reparations. And we ain't getting as much smiley on this interview as she was with the DSA. Now, she's a little bit more scouring with Scrappy. Cheek.
Immigrants shouldn't get anything, then it's the flip of that argument is recent white immigrants shouldn't have to pay anything. And you avoid that whole conversation by
notice what she just did, family. She just tried to compare black immigrants that has nothing to do with foundational black Americans reparations. She just took that and say, well, some people say if black immigrants shouldn't get anything, then white people shouldn't pay anything. No, you busted headed broad. See, when I said that she was a very attractive woman and then she opened her mouth, that was it right there for me. There's a saying, it's better to keep your mouth closed. It's better for a fool to keep their mouth closed and allow a person to believe that they're intelligent rather than for the fool to open their mouth and leave no doubt. That's what this woman did. And that's what really for me, and that's my thing. I have a pet peeve with ignorance. I have a pet peeve with stupid people. So whenever someone opens their mouth and make a stupid statement, it irks me a bit. And if it's a beautiful woman, all that beauty turns into mush. You'll look like, goddamn, you can go from looking like Aaliyah to opening your mouth and going to look like Leslie Jones. That's how quickly my mindset works when it comes to this type of stuff. Only us. Nah, I ain't asking for no divorce because that's why I ain't married now. Because once I get married, I am married. I believe in the Most High, and I believe that once we are evenly yoked, we are locked in. And that's why I'm very careful and meticulous with the type of women that I go out with. I ain't bringing her to the family reunion. I told you, this is Leslie Jones to me from this point on. Let's continue.
What do I have to do with anything, right? If you're going to say recent Black immigrants shouldn't get anything, then it's the flip of that argument is recent white immigrants shouldn't have to pay anything. And you avoid that whole conversation by going to the people who actually can be connected to the harm as opposed to the random sort of like quote unquote white population at large. Right. But also, if I am looking in this tort framework, who is responsible for what actual harm? Then again, if I'm looking to someone who, let's say, was a Caribbean, more recent immigrant to the United States who fought in, let's say, World War II, came back and didn't get the same GI benefits as a white soldier, then of course they would be made whole, or their descendants would be made whole in the same way that an ADOS soldier would be. No?
Yeah, absolutely. Like through Clyburn's bill, that would happen. But let me just say one thing about what you just said. I don't want to avoid that argument that you want to avoid in terms of white people and recent immigrants and how they may feel. I want to confront it. I want that confrontation because when Japanese Americans got reparations, nobody said, well, I'm a recent immigrant. I ain't have nothing to do with it. I'm a white person today. Now, I'm not a white person back when the Japanese were interned. Nobody said anything. So I want to confront it because it's racist. That idea that, hey, I didn't have anything to do with this, right, is racist. And second of all, the Immigration Act came after the Civil Rights Act. You would not be here in this country as an immigrant. A lot of these folks who are talking a lot without us. So I want to confront it because I need more appreciation and less argumentative stuff coming from this group of people. So I don't think people understand how the Civil Rights Act laid the groundwork for the Immigration Act of 1965. And I think they don't understand that, hey, we laid the groundwork for you to be here. And I want to understand why Guam just got reparations during the Obama administration. We have paid Japanese, we have paid a bunch of people in reparations and nothing. You know, there's not a peep, there's not a word, nobody says anything, nobody complains. But all of a sudden, when we talk about us and a debt that goes all the way back to the Civil War, there is some kind of fight. I have a problem with that.
No, I take that point. My immediate response, and I agree with you, I want to say
well, let me address this too, because you didn't have to go all the way around the block for that. It's very simple. If you think that you just got here so you shouldn't have to pay taxes, you need to leave. If you think that since an immigrant just got to America, that they shouldn't have to contribute to reparations for foundational Black Americans, then they should be deported. Anybody who came to America willingly, anybody who came to America knowingly and willingly owes foundational Black Americans reparations, regardless of whether you was here or not, because you are here benefiting off of what the wealth that was stolen from us has created. No matter what the hell you got to say about it. You can't go to any other country and say, I don't want my tax dollars going here. I don't want my tax dollars going there. I don't want my tax dollars creating this. I don't want my tax dollars going to the Pentagon. You can't do it. So who gives a damn what anybody feels? The reality of the situation is, if you chose to come to this country, you're on the freaking hook like everybody else who was in this country. You must pay the same taxes that everybody else pay. And the government decides what to do with those taxes, just like every other government. For some reason, people come to America and think that they have a say in what the government does when it comes down to foundational Black Americans. And to that, I say you are a fucking fool. Your people came to this country, regardless of being white, Black, Asian, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, Native, whatever, so-called Native. You came here for a reason and a purpose. And you got out of this country the reason and purpose that you came here for, which is the opportunity that was made out of my ancestors being stolen from, my ancestors being unalived, lynched, the blood dripping into the soil from the tree. My ancestors fighting in every damn war. My ancestors building and inventing things to push the country, and not just the country, but the world forward. If you came to this damn country to benefit off of that, you got what you came for. And since you wanted to be a citizen of this country, you must do what citizens must do, which is make foundational Black Americans whole. Make your payments to the government, pay your taxes, then mind your goddamn business. Anything else is counterproductive, and it is a disrespect. That's not it. Let's let her continue. Let's go to this clip here.
The Black agenda is the Black agenda, but the ADOS agenda for reparations is just for us. I just don't see how anybody has ever viewed that as sort of divisive. You have to have a sort of disaggregation that speaks specifically to the harm that people experience and inherit it.
Well, I have some theories as to how things get divisive. But before we get to that, I wanted to ask you, I mean, it does seem to me also true, though, that if we were talking about any kind of discrimination that happened during Jim Crow or the Civil Rights era for housing discrimination, GI Bill stuff, there were, of course, non-ADOS Black people in the United States. So many people who contributed so importantly to the Civil Rights Movement hailed from the Caribbean and other parts of the Black diaspora.
So many people like whom? You can name on maybe two hands all the people who came from the Caribbean who was actually engaged in the civil rights fight. I mean, engaged, not who came here and laid low and then the civil rights fight ended and now all of a sudden they helped, quote unquote. They always try to talk about all the people from outside of the country that came here to help us, but yet they couldn't help themselves in their own damn countries. Make that make sense. I talked about Shirley Chisholm in her book, Unbought, Unbossed. And I spoke about how in the first couple of chapters, it was talking about basically she was delineating for the Bohemians. But there's another part in that book that she understood. She understood that the native Black Americans had a problem with all the people that was being brought in because they were taking opportunities from those native Black Americans. And they knew it. And that was the biggest issue that she said that they had. So when you're talking about people coming here, they benefited from whatever programs that the government put together for them, especially after 1965. Now, you can make an argument that immigrants that came before 1965 are different from immigrants, respect-wise or otherwise, that came after 1965. But at the end of the day, it would not nullify the whole situation of no immigrant that comes here, whether by before 1965 or after 1965, deserve to get a damn thing. They made a conscious decision to be here. Them making the decision to come to a land that our ancestors built in order to gain opportunity, knowing that that opportunity is going to be taken away from us as well. No, they're not owed a damn thing. Just like no Nabisco that came here later on is owed anything. It's that simple.
And you can imagine quite reasonably that if the reparative justice included those kinds of harms, right, for disproportionate extension of the GI Bill or whatever, there could be plenty of people who weren't ADOS who would benefit, but that would have to be, that's like a case by case sort of determination. What do you make of that?
Well, I think I think we have to quantify the number. When you say there were a lot, I don't think there were a lot. I think there were some. I don't think there were a lot.
Well, I mean, if there were any, let's take the kind of magnitude question out of it. If there were any, would they not be entitled to?
If we have millions of ADOS people in this country, why?
No, they would not. See, that's how easy it is to answer that question. No, they would not be. They knew what was going on here and they decided to come over here. We've been fighting this fight for centuries. And nobody has stepped in to throw hands with us, no group as a whole. But now when it's time for repair, you want to talk about some people that may have or may not have come over here and may have or may not have helped certain situations within the civil rights. And I'm leaning more on may not have, because the majority of the people that came here, they went to the north. They were not in the damn south. So they wasn't even dealing with the same fight that we were dealing with. And this is historically factual. You can go and look this up. The majority of the people that was brought into the country, any immigrant, mostly all melanated immigrants, when they got brought into this country, they got sent to the north. Not to the south, where they was releasing dogs and sicking water, putting water hoses on us and things like that. These folks was getting put in Harlem. These folks was getting put in New York, Maine, those areas. As Shirley Chisholm says in her book, the bulk of melanated immigrants was sent to New York.
Why are we talking about them before we talk about us?
Well, not before, but if we were to successfully secure some sort of reparations, I mean, I take your point that it would be very easy, if it's just reparations for slavery, that's one bucket. That would by definition only include people whose ancestors had been enslaved in North America, right?
But I think slavery is a line. It's not just one thing. But second of all, let me say this: if you were better off in this country when you came to America than the country you came from, and you were made better off because we fought for that as ADOS people, what are you owed exactly?
Well,
help me understand that.
Well, sure. I would say that if, again, it's reparations for slavery, that's more of a cut and dry, because definitionally we're talking about people who were enslaved in North America. If it's for people who were discriminated against pre-Civil Rights Act, then that includes a number of people who might have immigrated from the Caribbean, where of course they came because of slavery. Their ship just landed in the Caribbean as opposed to North America. And they similarly were
Did she just try to hit us with that? Well, the only difference is the boat stop. That's what she just did. She tried to hit us with the only difference is the boat stop. Good God. Do you see why she looks like Leslie Jones to me now? I can't see any of the beauty that I saw before she opened her damn mouth. All I see is one Yetish looking woman. Excuse me, Yeti looking woman. Running her mouth. Hey, 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 hey. Shout out to First Class Citizen. She looks slow. She sounds slow too. She sounds slow. Third to third.
Objected to Jim Crow laws and unequal treatment, unequal distribution of government benefits, et cetera, that went so far to create the racial wealth gap. And when you reflect on how many people, Malcolm X, I believe his mother was Caribbean, Marcus Garvey, there's so many people that were part of the movement fighting for equal rights.
And Malcolm X would disagree with you. Like there's a clip of him. There's a clip of him saying like, not everybody Black or brown or Puerto Rican or Afro-Latina gets treated like us. We get treated a certain way because we are descended from slavery.
Oh no. You don't stop there. While she's saying how so, she made sure to clip that right there. Let me remind you how so.
Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
I would include Puerto Ricans and other minorities throughout our country, which have been similarly discriminated against, though not for so long a period of time as Negroes.
Puerto Ricans weren't enslaved. Yeah, this is a problem that stems from slavery. And this compensation, yes, sir, this compensation is coming to people who were enslaved by the white man for 400 years. The Puerto Ricans don't even fit into this picture.
Well, they do fit into it.
No,
they do fit into it.
The problem is the Negro problem. They're not lynching Puerto Ricans.
If a dark-skinned Puerto Rican went down to Mississippi, he probably would be lynched too.
Spanish, he wouldn't be lynched.
No, they don't.
It's the Negro here, and as long as he can speak Spanish or some other language, or if he ties his head up with a turban or something, he can go anywhere in Mississippi or in your home that he desires.
You're not aware of the fact, are you, that African students have been arrested in our demonstrations in the South?
When they
speak French.
When they have been mistaken for the so-called Negro in America, they've been arrested.
What?
That's what Malcolm said, Bree. That's what Malcolm said. And that's how he felt about it. And that is the facts. It'll have nothing to do with any immigrant. So you folks sit here, you try to bring up people like Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey when Marcus Garvey was a freaking, I don't even want to say a traitor. He was a freaking tether. Which is why we started the Garvey Must Go movement, to get his tether ass the hell up out of here while he was trying to work with the KKK to get us shipped over to Africa. And Malcolm said what he said best. This is not their problem. This is a Negro problem. This is a problem that stems from slavery. And when other people come around and get to putting on that thick accent, they know you're not us. When you're waving your flag, they know you're not us. When you're driving down the street and you got your little flag tassel in the damn rear view mirror, they know you're not us. So, as much as I would hate to agree with Scrappy, I have to agree with her there. The whole question of this is even asinine. And people think that we should go vote for socialists when they're speaking like this. When they're thinking that they should put reparations to the side and do all these social programs for everybody else, and then reparations is an afterthought. And if they do decide to go with reparations or do any type of reparations, a form of reparations, it'll be for every melanated person. How are you any different from the Democrats? This is my problem with third-party candidates as well. Y'all think that y'all can bring us socialist policies and we should just be okay with it, as if we wasn't targeted for harm, and as if those socialist programs will lift everybody else up above us, or it wouldn't lift everybody else up above us. I said this already. When you're underclass, when you're the bottom class, and then you implement a social program or social programs on top of a deprived bottom class, all you do is solidify them being at the bottom forever, because everybody else are coming here and they're getting things for nothing. Things that our communities need and that our communities are owed, that our communities have been deprived of. You put social programs on top of that, and all that happens is that interest still remains. That deprivation still remains. So anybody talking about third parties are voting for socialism without paying reparations to foundational Black Americans, just know that they're your open enemy as well. As much as I love our brother Tim Black, I do. That was one of my major issues that I had with him in the past. It's the fact that he was all for the third party candidates and he was all for these third parties. But when you bring up some of the things that they were saying or they do, it's not really addressed in the way that it's addressed with these other parties. Like the way Marianne Wilson or Williams, the way she was disrespecting our good brother Greg Marcel Dixon. Nobody spoke about that, and Marcel was running as a third party candidate. No one held her to task but us. These people, and I mean all of them, Democrats, Republicans, third party, none of y'all will use our labor to build your house any further. We're not allowing it. We're not letting it happen. Before we get up out of here, let me pull this down. Before we get up out of here, it's 2 more clips I want to play for you all. We got to bring up the Crypt Keeper for a hot second. And then I have a message from our sister to our FBA sisters who are still on the Democratic plantation. Let's start out with Skeletor and what he had to say about what's going on with the Democratic Party and the DSA and how Black Americans aren't falling for the chicanery. Let's go here. Shout out Peachy Yellow Rose in the building, as well as our good sister Thelma Ramsey in the building. Shalom to the both of you, and thank you both for being here, as well as Alicia Stover in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, as well as Willie Thomas in the building. Shout out to all of you, and our sister Miss Vita in the building. Let's go here.
The blacks don't buy your shit.
No, by the way, they're not voting for these DSA candidates. Neither are the Latinos.
Is screw the blacks out of the nominating process
What do you mean? Neither are the Latinos. The Latinos are out here pushing this nonsense too. AOC is out here pushing that nonsense. So the Latinos are pushing that nonsense as well. What are you talking about? Notice how James is speaking specifically about foundational Black Americans. And then here comes this guy saying, well, here the Latinos too. Let's run it back.
The blacks don't buy your shit.
No, by the way, they're not voting for these DSA candidates. Neither are the Latinos.
Is screw the blacks out of the nominating process because they know they can't win South Carolina. Black folks, or listen to me very carefully, are the most loyal part of the entire Democratic coalition. If you disrespect them, they know it.
And nobody knows this better than old Skeletor here, Mr. Carville, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz. Yeah, nobody knows it better than them because they had to experience it once again 2 years ago. But continue.
In a Democratic Party can never show any distance between itself and black voters. And it gets to the point that the progressive want to disrespect people. They're going to understand that, and you're going to lose a constituency that has stuck with you for the last 70 years.
And the black voters have not been voting for these DSA candidates. They're doing terrible. The entire working class is not voting for them.
You know,
it's a bunch of rich, snotty, educated white kids.
They don't talk the talk. I want somebody that walks the walk. I want somebody that's walked the walk. I'll tell you who it could be for the second, Mitch Landrieu. You know why? Because he walked the walk. He took the goddamn monuments down. They understand that. All right? Don't tell me what you're going to do for me. Tell me what you did. Tell me about the blood you shed. That's what I want to know. And that's why they're never Hassan Pike. They're never going to pay attention to this shit because all they do is talk the talk. None of them ever walk the walk.
Yeah.
Not just that, it's because we don't trust any of you. You all have talked the talk. You all love to talk the talk around the same time. We already knew that this was coming like clockwork because it's the same time every damn year. Every damn year. So in every way that you guys, excuse me, not every year, every 2 years. In the same way that you guys know this already, I hear James Carville say this, and I feel it to be more of a disrespect. I know he's over here trying to pander to us, but I feel like it's even more disrespectful that he brought that up because he knows the fact that he says what we will and what we won't accept. He knows we're the most loyalist of the constituent groups. But yet, you couldn't convince your Democratic Party to do something for that loyal constituent group when we was telling you that y'all needed to do something for us. So basically what you're telling me is that you knew all of this and you still said middle finger us. So you're no better than the DSA. It's benign neglect until somebody within your own party seeks to push y'all out of the party. Now you can talk about what we are to the Democrats and what we should have been treated like under the Democrats and what they need to do in order to keep us with the Democrats. But you've been dealing with the Democrats for decades and you never said any of this to them. Some people was like, look at James, he's coming around. And I'm like, no, he's just doing what clowns do. They'll dance around the facts forever until it's time to jump in that clown car. Exactly. James don't give a damn. He don't. He's more pissed off that the party is hemorrhaging and the old guard ain't getting it done. And the new guard want to push the old guard out. So yeah, he's pissed, but he's only speaking like this because he's pissed. So no, Democrats, no matter what scenario you take and put a black face on, good, bad, or indifferent, we're not voting for you. Especially when you choose to ignore us consistently. Now, to the sisters who are foundational Black Americans, who's down with this delineation, but still vote blue no matter who, I'm going to let my sister go ahead and pose a question to you. Shout out to that FBA lady for NYC. Let's go here.
Yo, FBA ladies, I got a question for y'all. This is real shit. This is no disrespect to anybody. It's a genuine question. Y'all is certified trendsetters. Like hairstyles, fashion, everything. Y'all set the trends with shit. But when it comes to politics, what? It's like all of that shit goes away. Like y'all real game goofy when it comes to politics. Not all y'all. There's some of y'all that's still fucking with the blue team. This is my question. This is real shit. So y'all delineating and y'all with that shit. Y'all transferring wealth. Yo, we out here. We solid with that shit. But y'all still talk about voting blue. Y'all don't understand that shit. How can you delineate and still vote blue? Like I don't understand that shit. The blue team is the whole reason why we had to delineate. So that shit kind of like defeat the purpose. You out here delineating, but you want to bring back the people that caused us to have to delineate. Like I don't understand that shit. How does that shit work? Like y'all certified trendsetters, but when it comes to politics, y'all really think y'all gotta like the motherfucker that's in power. That's when they get y'all fucked up. You don't have to like the person that's in power. They just gotta do half of what they say they're gonna do, and they gotta do some shit that benefits you. I'm an independent. I don't fuck with the red. I don't fuck with the blue. I fuck with policies. I like the red because they policies on immigration. I want these hostiles up out of here. That's why I fuck with the red team. But I'm independent. Again, I vote policy. I'm not gonna delineate and then put the blue team back in power. That shit don't make fucking sense. What they gonna do? They gonna bring these hostiles right back over here. Now when it comes to them FBA women, let me tell you, I gotta keep it real. Y'all let these people come over here and learn the game better than y'all. These Africans and Caribbeans and these Hispanics and these Middle Easterns and Asians, when they come over here, they get with the blue team. They say, yo, you gotta pay like you weigh. I want fast track to citizenship. I want grants for houses. I want small business loans. I want all of this shit. And they get that shit. And when they get around y'all, what they do? They get y'all a twerk from Meg Thee Stallion. They get y'all a Millie Rock. All them shaking all of that shit. They get you a seaweed. They get y'all deletions. I'm saying, like, y'all cool with that. Y'all get a pat on the head. Oh, sister girl, you the shit. That going to the community. Y'all get that shit. And everybody else get tangibles. How y'all let motherfuckers, outsiders come in y'all country and learn the game better than y'all? That's crazy. Like, I really want to know this shit. Why y'all think y'all gotta like the person that's in power? Y'all don't gotta like the motherfucker that's in power. They just gotta do what you need them to do. Like the blue team, what they do for y'all? That y'all so solid when y'all gotta fuck with them. I'm asking this shit respectfully because I really want to know like the mindset that way. Cool, y'all to delineate, but still want to bring these motherfuckers back into power. And that's not all y'all. That's like some of y'all. That's that 92. What's the logic behind that? Like I really need to know this shit. Why y'all think y'all gotta like motherfuckers? Y'all like Kamala, and Kamala said with her whole chest, like, yo, reparations for blacks? Fuck out of here. Hell no. They gonna kiss my ass, they ain't getting shit. y'all still fuck with this lady. Like, I don't understand. Please get in the comments and explain to me, like, what's the logic behind that shit? How can y'all be trendsetters and all of this shit? But when it comes to politics, some of y'all are so game goofy. Like, I'm asking this shit respectfully. But all respect, please tell me, get in the comments and tell me this shit, because I need to understand this shit. I really need to know. It's just crazy to me.
Shout out to my sister, that FBA lady from NYC, and that FBA lady from Queens. Much love to her and everything that she just said. And I was going to say the same thing, but our sister said it, and she said it with her chest, and she speak directly to the sisters who are still on the plantations. So I said, you know what? Now let me just go ahead and let the sister ask the question, because you know she's gonna cook, and it's like FBA speaking to FBA. You know, I'll speak to the men, you speak to the ladies. You know, we deal with each other like that. So, you know, I gotta give her much love and appreciation. I want to give her, matter of fact, yes, let me go ahead and shout out to Masa Musa. That's definitely what we need here in this situation. So, family, with all that's going on here, I want you all to know that they are quite literally trying to make sure that they can take whatever situation and amplify it for their voter base so that they can get people to come on out and vote for them. That's what's happening. From the Nolan Wells situation to the brother that was found hanging in North Carolina, the sister that was being beat on by them Nabiscos, all these things show quite literally that the Democratic Party could have some sort of action if they came and they brought us a serious policy like an anti-Black hate crime bill. But they refuse. And like this sister said, with all the disdain that they have for us, how the hell are people still allowing folks to come back to them every 2 to 4 years, begging for, hey, your vote, while they're going to everybody else and telling them what they're going to give them for their vote? These people won't even address our issue unless they're using our issue to benefit somebody else. You have two parties that ain't worth shit and two parties that don't do shit. And then you have a third party that wants to get in on that. And foundational Black Americans, we're saying hell no to all that. If you guys aren't willing to bring us what we told you to bring us, we're not even willing to listen. If you can go around and see all these unalivings of people in our communities and you have not brought up one time, we need a hate crime bill, when all it took was a few lies pushed by the Asian community and the Nabisco community on Black Americans that got the Asian hate crime bill done in a matter of weeks. We respectfully decline to be a participant in your madness and in your chicanery. We will sit back. We will vote the Furniture Party. We will once again re-elect President Couch and Vice President Love Seat and Secretary Ottoman. It's no problem for us. We can do this all day long. As long as y'all want to do this, we can do it. But to the Democrats, I want y'all to know, and I want y'all to understand, you might not have too many more years to go. We didn't already bankrupt you morally, socially, and economically. Nobody looks at the Democratic Party as a moral party. Why? Because the people who are the moral in the situation has walked away. You're bankrupt. Morally, socially, economically. Socially, everybody is looking at the Democratic Party like a bunch of fools. People who hate America and people who wants to destroy America with their policies. We done destroyed you. Socially, morally, and economically. You know, you had to go ahead and get a little loan on the DNC building, ain't it? Didn't you have to beg somebody to go ahead and put that up as collateral for you? These folks, they might not even be around in the next 4 years. So if you're smart, Democrats, you should get on your job for foundational Black Americans. First and foremost. Otherwise, I have no problem sitting back with the furniture party, watching your demise. It's that simple, that plain. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like, share, and hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please hit the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Family, with that being said, let me go ahead and give a B1 salute and shalom to our sister Kim Brown for both of your gifts. Your donations are blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my sister Queen, as well as our sister Miss TT for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gifts. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for your contribution. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my sister Queen. And a B1 salute to our good brother Tobias Judah. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. Preach, church, FBA all day, B1 family. Black Fist. Black Fist. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. Oh, I didn't get this one. Shout out to Lunch Eyes as well in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always as well. I don't know why that one escaped me. Family, at the end of the day, and I wanted to bring this to you today because, you know, I saw the interview with Tatum, and I was like, you know, this is despicable. It's disgraceful. And then I saw the interview with the parents, and I'm like, I really don't want to sound like this, but I'm going to, unfortunately. Every time I see the parents and I hear them speak or someone speak for them, I get the same thought. And I'm pretty sure you guys think the same thing. It's unfortunate that the parents failed him. It is absolutely unfortunate that the parents failed him. But every time I see the parents, for some reason, I get a weird feeling. So there's a bunch of weird things happening on all sides of this situation. But the thing that got to me the most today is the fact that Al Sharpton was out there trying to use this to push us to the polls. And like I said, I knew that was going to be the next step. As soon as I seen them standing with some unknown Omega Phi guy, somebody I ain't never seen, don't know, don't give a damn about, all of a sudden, the whole organization is standing behind you. Okay, why would you do that? You can't speak for a whole organization. You can only speak for yourself, but I can understand if you spoke for yourself. No, you spoke for the whole organization. And that in itself tells me that, yeah, that means there's a lot of ski-wees going on. There's a lot of connections behind the scenes. There's a lot of situations. I just don't see things like that without my antennas going up. And I'm glad they do. Because every time my antennas go up, the Most High brings me some information to show, yeah, this is why your antennas went up. Here you go. But in the words of Jason Black, this is good. Keep on showing people. Keep on doing these things in the light so that the people can see what's really going on in the darkness. I really want you to continue because you're actually doing a service, a good service, because you're pushing more and more people away, and more people are choosing to now come to the new black media to hear what's really going on. And because of that, you're losing more and more of your shills. Because of that, you're losing more and more of your constituents. And because of that, you're looking weaker and weaker every damn day. If y'all want that to change, you know exactly what you need to do and who you need to do it for. Otherwise, as I said previously, we can do this all damn day. You know what? That may be the reason right there that it irks me a bit, because it does remind me of the Bolton John situation a lot, especially when you find out that the mothers knew each other, especially knowing that they grew up together and things like that, and the way that she was trying to downplay the racism of the situation. Yeah, it all seems weird as hell. Christine calls her social media followers boo bears. Yeah, it just seems like, I don't know. It seems very self-absorbed, but that's just my opinion. I'm not swinging a hammer at her. That's what the Nabiscos are doing. I want to give a B1 salute to each and every one of you. I would like to thank you all for spending your time with me here this Sunday, this phenomenal Sunday service. You guys made this a beautiful one once again. You always do. And I want to remind you all that they wouldn't be doing any of this if you didn't put your best foot forward. They wouldn't be doing or acting any kind of way that they are. They wouldn't be infighting. They wouldn't be out here losing their damn minds like James Carville over there. If you all didn't do what you did in 2024. Keep your foot on their neck. Who knows what 2028 will look like? With that being said, family, I want you all to stay safe, stay black, and most importantly, stay foundational with that thing on your hip. The doors of the church are now closed. I'd like to thank my mods, my members, Everybody who donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, or anywhere else. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever can't stand us black people, he doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing, us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm out.